Hello. Okay. Hello. It works. So, thank you everyone for being here today. My name is Carl Ferrand. I'll be your host today and tomorrow. Unfortunately, my head of unit, Luca Martinelli, cannot be with us today. He had a family bereavement. So you have me for 2 days. But I would like to welcome everyone in the room and on WebEx online to the second edition of the TED Together, Get Together of eSenders, data reusers, eProcurement Ontology community, ESPD community, and everyone else who is getting involved with European public procurement on a daily basis. So this is our partnerships of implementers who work with us and work in the member states or across Europe to improve public procurement for everyone. So I will just do a few housekeeping points for today. So for those of you here today in the meeting room in Luxembourg, as you've seen, the coffee is downstairs. That's also where all the other coffee breaks will be, and lunch will be as well. So there's one break this morning, then lunch, one break this afternoon. So we'll try to keep to the agenda timings. So at the breaks, please come back on time, or whatever time we give you. There are a few security restrictions in the building, so please don't wander off too far. You can ask our colleagues if you need any guidance, but the toilets are across the hallway. And if you need to go outside to smoke, it's also just down the stairs, so just let us know. On the ground floor, it's not supervised. You can leave stuff there, but if you have anything valuable, keep it at the back here. There will be photos taken during the day. If you don't want to be photographed, please let us know. We'll make sure we keep you out. At just before lunch, we will have a group photo just outside here before we go off for lunch. So there's no free lunch without a photo. And if you are posted on social media, if you can use the hashtag TED-Together 2025, then we all show up together. There's Wi-Fi, there's passwords on the tables if you need it. And for those of you who want to, this evening we will go to the Christmas market in Luxembourg. There's several Christmas markets. We will go to the one nearby, Place de Paris. We will be there at 6:30, so 18:30. You can meet us there after 18:30 as well. Or if you want to leave from here, we'll leave here at 6:15, 18:15, and we'll walk together. It's about a 10-minute walk or one free tram journey, because public transport is free in Luxembourg. If you have any practical questions, my colleagues Daniela, Yule, Cindy, and Jenny can help, or you might have seen when you registered, Corinne and Panos can also help you, so that'll help you get around. For everyone, all of us here and those of you online, so the session is being recorded, and we will post the recording in a few days' time if you want to catch up. The presentations will also be added to the agenda online, so don't worry, you will get them online later today or tomorrow. And we have lots of time for questions and answers. We'll see that at the end of each day. And we'll try and summarize those, write them up, and also post them online. That will take more than a couple of days, but they will be there. So we have a record of what was said, and if necessary, clarifications of what was said. So this morning, well, today, we have this morning we have 3 presentations a break, 3 presentations a break. The afternoon is a little bit lighter. We have 2 presentations before each break. So that would allow you to keep up. So I'll present them as we go along. So right now, after coffee, Director Frank Noel will do an introduction. Tunde will give us an academic background, a broader background of things, of public procurement, and I will talk about eForms, as you know. If we have time anytime after the presentations. They're a bit tight. We could allow some short questions from the floor. But in general, we will carry all the questions to the end of the day. So we'll have one slot of questions and answers, which we can accumulate during the day and catch them at the end. So you have 1 hour at the end of today, and we will collect the questions through Slido. You'll see that in a minute. If there are too many questions for the first day, we'll carry them over to the second day and follow them up later. So no question left behind, even if the reply is, we'll get back to you. If you're attending on site and you want to speak, please use the microphones. Just say your name and your organization so we know who you are. Also, without microphones, people can't hear you online, so that's important. For those of you online, your microphones are muted, and please keep your cameras off. That helps the bandwidth. But you can send all your questions through Slido exclusively, and we'll answer them chronologically at the end. If you have any technical issues, you can use the WebEx chat, but don't use that for questions. So you can connect to Slido already. We'll just change the slide. So there's a hashtag if you want to use your phone. If not, you can go to slido.com and just enter TED-together 2025 if you want to answer on your browsers, on your computers. During the day, for at least our internal presentations, we'll ask you to rate our presentation so we get some feedback, and then we can compete amongst themselves who had the best presentation. For our guests, we happen to impose that. So our experience is that the external presenters get more highly rated, so we didn't ask for ratings for external ones. So we feel better about ourselves. Okay, to get you started, there are a couple of quick questions just to warm you up. So this question is, which country are you joining us from? For those in the room, you can say where you came from, because right now you're in Luxembourg. But if you travel, so Belgium, thanks for making it through the train strikes. Norway, so there's a bit from everywhere. France, Germany. We know actually Germany has a lot of people involved with eForms, so we know we have one eSender that we see, but in Germany there's dozens behind the scenes. Belgium, Portugal, Greece, and Finland, Netherlands, Ukraine. We have visitors from Ukraine, Romania. So we have quite a wide range. Still all in Europe for now. Sometimes we have developers from abroad who also participate. So online, I think we have a couple of hundred people. Okay, and we have one second question. Did you come last year, which was our first event like this? Just to know if you have repeat visitors, it was so good last year you came back, or you noticed us for the first time and you came today. So just to get a feeling of
50% retention.
50% retention, so that's good. So it depends. So we know the presentations, it's a mix of presentations over 2 days, so the audience is quite mixed, but the idea is you get to hear stuff you don't normally hear about. That's one of our aims today. Okay, I have used up a good bunch of time already of Frank's other things, but it's okay. No pressure, no. No, it's okay. You take your time. I have the third presentation, so I'll be responsible for a late coffee break. So to get started with the agenda, our first presentation is our welcome speech from our director here at the Publications Office. So he's a director of the directorate's called Access to and Reuse of Public Information. So you can see why we are here. We have other services in the same theme. And he will tell us how the Publications Office contributes to transparency, competition, and simplification in public procurement. So please, Frank.
Sorry, I don't like sitting, so I need to exercise a bit. So good morning, everybody. I see I have 3 challenges. One is to be fast enough. Then the easy bit is the welcome part, and then talk a bit about our contribution. So first of all, the easy bit. Welcome to everybody, either in the room or remotely from, if I counted well, about 20 countries. And as you said, we saw the retention rate, so we'll try to make sure it's even better for next year. As Carl explained, I'm the new director of this directorate, access to and reuse of public information since July. This is a directorate in which we are indeed dealing with information and data. We are publishing the EU law, public procurement data, of course, open data, and also the research results of the EU programs. So we do all that through thematic websites, but we don't work in splendid isolation. And that's why we have to take into account the trends in the way public information are now consumed. And obviously, this is a domain in which we have to transition and adapt rapidly in times of continuous rise of AI and datification. So it's important to follow that, to adapt, and that applies to public procurement data as well. Okay, so again, welcome to this second edition of the TED Together. What we want to do, as again Carl said, we have quite a diverse set of communities. It's eSenders, reusers, people dealing with the eProcurement ontology, also the European single procurement document. So what we want is, of course, strengthen the relationships within the communities, but also across communities. The idea is to be impactful. So what we want is to maximize the impact of the work we do together. And how to do it together? By joining forces and by joining the communities. What we want at the end is to avoid knowledge silos. So over the 2 days, we are going to share the views of the big picture and see how we can all contribute. Still, what are you going to get in those 2 days? For eSenders, you're going to get the regulatory and technical updates related to the famous SDK. For users and reusers of TED data, obviously you're going to get use cases and, more importantly, ideas of the benefits of the reuse cases. For the eProcurement ontology community, you're going to hear about all the novelties around the finalization of the ontology. And for the European single procurement document community, you'll know about the evolution of this and the simplification. But I will try to be consistent with myself. I just explained what each community can get. What you are really going to get is the interactions between the communities or across the communities. So I know it's kind of a buzzword, but the cross-fertilization, this is what we would like to see over those 2 days. Now, and I would also like, by the way, to welcome and thank the colleagues from DG Grow for the collaboration we have. Now, whatever community you're belonging to, the good news is we are living quite exciting times when it comes to European public procurement. As you probably know, there are quite a number of changes coming. Third amendment of the eForms implementation regulation in 2026. And we also hear about the revision of the public procurement directives. I think it was even in the mission letter from the President of the Commission to the Commissioner Séjourné. Focus being the security of supply for vital technologies, the simplification of rules, I will come back to simplification, and European preference in procurement. By the way, yesterday I was in Copenhagen addressing another community, the SEMIC community, SEMIC being for semantic interoperability, and a very hot topic was digital sovereignty. And one of the keynote speakers said, digital sovereignty starts in public administrations, and she stressed the importance of public procurement. So I'm bridging even to another community now. And indeed, much money, as you all know, and probably better than me, is involved in public procurement in the EU. We are talking about 2.5 trillion euros per year. I'm not going to ask you how many zeros it means, but okay, a lot, about 15% of the EU GDP. And the impact of that is not only on the sovereignty, it also means there is an impact on jobs, on growth and investment, on competitiveness. And it's not me inventing it. The Draghi report stressed this importance. So we have to be aware of that. So we are contributing to something where we want to be impactful. So given the money which is involved and the impact of it, we want to ensure that, of course, we spend the funds responsibly and in line with Commission's and Member States' policies. And we all need to do our part. So that's, of course, the Publications Office will do its part, I should even say, will continue doing its part. And that's where I'm going to elaborate a bit about how we contribute to three important aspects of public procurement: transparency, simplification, and competition. Transparency, first aspect. I will start with the very easy basic, okay? Transparency is of utmost importance for accountability and prevent corruption. Easy, and we all know that. But transparency is also a bit more complex. It has multiple layers, multiple levels, from making information available to really exploiting the information and the data. And I'm sure I will try to elaborate on that. I know you are going to elaborate even further. So first level, publication. So transparency starts with the availability of data and information. And that's why OP is maintaining the TED website. Every single day we are making it happening. Every year around 800,000 notices, public procurement notices are published. And I will take this opportunity to, small parenthesis, to praise and thank the team that is making that happening every single day. I think we forget, we are usually excited about projects, we should not forget operations. So big thanks to the team that makes it happen. Now, you have the information which is published on TED. Very good. How do we make sure that the information is actually exploited or exploitable? Second level, standardization. What we want is to make sure that the data and information which is published can be understood and exploited by everybody. So we are talking again about interoperability. I just talked before about CEMIC yesterday. So OP is involved with or deals with three important standards. The first one, eForms. You are all involved with that. You know that since 2023, all notices are now published in the eForms digital standard, and we make this available and hopefully easily digestible through the SDK. And I know Yanis is going to tell you more about the developments of SDK. Then we are also dealing with the European single procurement document and the exchange data model. So it allows to share the information across member states. We are again talking about interoperability. What is interesting is that we are going to have, or you are going to have a presentation from Belgium about a practical implementation. And why do I want to stress this practical implementation? Is because, as I said before, we want to be impactful. So you can define fantastic standards. If they are not taken up, not implemented, sorry to say it, they are useless. And I'm sure we could find examples. So that's not what we want. And the third standard I'm going to mention is obviously the eProcurement Ontology, which has been finalized this year. And again, we are talking about semantic interoperability. And this provides foundation for the creation and the reuse of open data. So very important key for the third level of the rocket, or the final stage of the data exploitation rocket, TED data datification. So TED data is now available as open data. It allows reusers to make use of the data for a purpose. So again, very important to be purposeful. And that includes machine to machine. I can only stress I'm a great fan of machine to machine. That sounds weird in today's world to say I'm a believer in machine to machine interactions, but I can tell you we still have to repeat this more and more. So machine to machine is very important. So TED data are available as open data. You could tell me, so what? Well, it allows you to query data so at sub-level compared to notices, to analyze and create visualizations. And I will give an example of why it is important to analyze those data. And then, of course, another element of this datification is the contribution to the public procurement data space, the PPDS, where we are even also extending to member states. So you have already 4 national data sources which are connected: Austria, Germany, Finland, Norway. I think I saw the 4 countries on the Slido result, and more to join. There were 20 countries, so 16 to go. So that was the first aspect, transparency. Second aspect, competition. There, no magic. This is linked to the first aspect. Transparency is a requirement, a key enabler for a competition and a well-functioning single market. It is already there to some extent, but we know there are challenges. We know there are a number of, or a significant number of procurement procedures where you have only one bid. We know that cross-border bidding is not as big as we would like it to be. And that's an example of what we can do with the data. If you access the data, you can analyze these things. And why is it important? Because then you know the problems. And if you know the problems, that's the first step towards finding the solutions. So datification is really a key element. And the third aspect of public procurement is about simplification. I mentioned already that the colleagues from DG Grow are thinking about and working on the revision of public procurement directives. What can we do as OP? Well, we have the operational experience of, as I mentioned before, dealing with the notices and the data on a daily basis. So we have ideas about the practical implementability. I don't know if it's an official English term, but okay, I'm French, so it's okay for me. Of the legislation, and the idea is to make it as practical as possible. I wouldn't say as simple as possible, as practical as possible. Again, we should be driven by intentions and by impact. So that's the third aspect of our contribution. So we are contributing to transparency, to competition and simplification, and we are already doing it. But we don't want to stop there. We are, of course, committed to continuous improvement. We want to be self-critical at all times. That's why we are looking at the future as well. So we are constantly looking for ways of improving the usability and the client orientation of our services. We will obviously continue to work on interoperability. We want to facilitate the reuse of the data we are going to make available. Again, also machine to machine. And we will continue pushing datification. And I did not stress it too much, although this is one of the hottest topics for the last 2-3 years. Of course, that is going to be used, or that's a fuel for AI. So we publish the data so that it can be consumed, and that can be consumed by AI agents, let's call it like that. We can also use ourselves AI to improve our services, maybe who knows, to validate notices, to improve data quality. So these are areas where we are looking at what can we do. We may also, of course, and we will continue follow the technological evolution. So you might have heard about MCP, Model Context Protocol, to build APIs. So that's also things we are going to look at. So we are also future oriented. So to conclude, again, thank you for being here or being online. We are moving into this direction, and we have already started moving in the direction of datification and AI readiness. We believe it's going to be beneficial and impactful for transparency, competition, and simplification, but we should also not be too naive. It's also going to add some challenges and maybe add a bit of complexity to a landscape which is already a bit complex. That makes working together even more important. So let's start here in the TED together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Fang. That was very good. You could be with us today despite all your traveling from one conference to another. And I'm glad that you could meet our community so you know what we do. Even though Frank has been already at the publications office 5 or 6 years, so he knows plenty of context of what we do, but now he's getting his hands dirty with us, so that's great. Okay, we'll go to the next presentation. So our next presenter is Tundit Dattrang, the professor at the Corvinus University of Budapest. Those of you in the eProcurement circles will probably recognize her because she's one of the main contributors to analyzing and publishing academic and analysis of European public procurement. And she will tell us exactly how she used data and what she found.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good morning to everybody. I'm very happy that so many fans are interested in procurement data, and there are a lot of people online. And I do hope that all of us will be able to utilize a lot of information coming from Tenders Electronic Daily and procurement data space. What I want to present right now is, let's say, a couple of very interesting results of our data analysis based on Tenders Electronic Daily and now based on the procurement data space as well. Could you please switch? Thank you. So first of all, we do have a growing curiosity in procurement for data. For example, if we want to make our procurement greener, it's not enough just to have information about the voting criteria. If the voting criteria is green, it could be very interesting to know if the subject matter is environmentally friendly, or if we do have a minimum requirement or some kind of environmental friendly contra clauses in the procurement contract. So if we want to somehow to discover and understand the green behavior of market participants, then we do need much more data and different types of data, not just the data coming from notices, but of course, data coming from different electronic procurement systems. Intensity of competition. We do have and we do use a lot of indicators, like, for example, the single bidder indicator, one of the most famous indicators of the scoreboard. But if we want to understand the intensity of competition, then we do need much more information about the activity of small and medium-sized enterprises, or the proportionality of invalid bids, Or, of course, we have to understand the potential number of market participants or the activity of those market players who have already been self-cleaned before, for example, because all of these information have an impact on the competition and the reaction and behavior of market players for the market changes. The characteristics of abuse or misuse of procurement. May I give you an example coming from the scoreboard, the direct awards. We do use direct awards a lot in healthcare or in education. And of course, in most of the cases, it's legally absolutely acceptable to use it. But when we count those numbers, when we use direct award, it does not mean that in all of the cases it is necessary. Because if we just invite a market player without the publication of the notice, of course, it has an impact on the activity of other market players who have never been invited to these direct contracts. The actors in the supply chain. It's a must right now to understand the supply chain better. But in public procurement, we are interested in the first layer subcontractors. But if we want to receive more information about the origin of goods and services, we have to know more information about the origins of the goods and the additional subcontractors of the supply chain. In some electronic public procurement systems, we do have information about the supply chain. Sometimes, of course, these information are coming from self-declarations, but they exist. Or the activity of stakeholders within the public procurement procedure. We are fond of the preliminary market consultation, but in several electronic public procurement systems, we do not deal with the activity behind the preliminary market consultation. This could be of interest, and it could be very important in the future to deal with this tool, which was introduced in 2014 first in the life of the European Union. And last but not least, the estimated value. We know a lot of information from the market, and a lot of center purchasing bodies are making analysis and trying to compare market prices with their framework agreement prices. It has been happening for so many years that we analyze a lot of market data and try to find connection in between the public procurement contract price data and market data. So this kind of growing curiosity in public procurement is happening. And of course, we have to feed those researchers and practitioners with additional information and new data. But if we do have data, it does not mean that we are able to utilize it immediately. Of course, we are happy we have data. Now we have templates. In terms of eForms, may I just tell you a very interesting story from the researcher point of view. For so many years, for more than, let's say, 14 years, in the procurement conferences, we do have public procurement presentations. Right now, we have more and more. Economists, data analysts present about public procurement data, and there are so many of them who are very happy to deal with the tenders electronic daily data. But nowadays, if we have the eForms, then we're able to find connection in between the contract notice, contract award notice, and the contract modification. This is really an innovation for analysts and for those researchers who would like to understand the whole procedure, not just having a look at one certain contract notice. So it gives a great parade ground for those researchers who would like to understand data. Okay, now we have a bit more data and we have connection behind the data. It's good. But every time when we have data, we need structured data, sanely structured data. The whole public procurement data space is about the structured data, of course. But coming back to the original question, the growing curiosity for public procurement data, if we understand how green or socially responsible is our market, then we need a very special data coming from the market, coming from a specific electronic procurement systems, and then we have to understand it, utilize it, develop a methodology behind, and then we make the analysis and need more data and more structured data. So this is a never-ending cycle of data discovery for better understanding the market. So there is no end. Of course, we need more and more useful information for different types of researches. Coming back to the scoreboard, of course, we are happy that we have a methodology behind the scoreboard and we have 12 indicators coming from the scoreboard. Of course, all the European Union member states are checking the scoreboard data, and before the procurement data space, they did it in terms of their data below the EU threshold. This is obvious because we want to understand the whole market. That's why the procurement database will be very interesting for all of us dealing with data. In the indicator system, we, let's say, overuse the single bidder indicator. And when understanding the intensity of competition, then we do think that, well, it's one of the most important indicators concerning competition. But if we want to understand the market better, then it seems that we can somehow build on the scoreboard indicator system. If we have more information, structured information, we have eForms. So let's say we decided when doing the evaluation of the directives to build on the scoreboard and to create new types of indicators in order to understand the market. This evaluation, our evaluation with two colleagues of mine, Isabella Della Rosa and my PhD student, David Resho, it was based on the 10 years of TED data and 2 years of procurement data space data. This evaluation was about transparency and integrity. And we decided to make an analysis not just about the openness and accessibility of data, but of course about missing information, about the data related to open competition or lack of competition. So we wanted to dig a little bit deeper and to understand the main trends in terms of transparency and integrity in the European Union for 10 years. Of course, just trends were interpreted, but some of the trends are quite interesting. Some of them, let's say, not very new for all of us. For example, we do have a kind of trends that we have more procedures, more activity for contracting authorities per countries. We do allow to use more languages in public procurement, which is really good for those market players who are coming from other regions using different languages. Of course, with the automatic translations, it seems that it solves all the problems. But when deciding about the bid submission, it is crucial for an economic operator to understand the contract notice and the contract documentation. And first, and not least, is to reach the most important information for the first side. So that's why we were dealing much more with contract notices. We found a couple of negative trends, of course. I will show some very interesting results, which could be of interest for a lot of regulators and policymakers in the European Union, in several countries, and of course in Balkan states as well, which Balkan states try to follow the scoreboard logic and develop their indicator systems too. So a lot of countries and all over the world try to make more or less the same. I was in South America 2 weeks ago and presented about the European data to South American practitioners and researchers. And a lot of international banks and international nonprofit organizations developed almost the same types of indicator systems for South American countries. I went to South Africa. The South African colleagues were very much interested in data in terms of socially responsible procurement, and they had indicators for this. So depending, of course, on the region and on the interest of researchers and policymakers, regulators, practitioners, we do develop more or less in the same way in all over the world. Having looked at one of the most important parts of the evaluation, may I share a couple of very interesting results with you. Let's have a look at the heat map. This heat map is about the information published in the contract notice and contract award notice. We found that in terms of procedure type, contract price, or date of the decision, almost all the information are published in the contract notices and contract award notices. What we found very interesting is that in terms of the awarding criteria, there are countries contracting authorities do not publish this information in a certain part of the contract notice. Why is it interesting? Of course, maybe that the information is somewhere else in the notice. Maybe the information is in the procurement documentation, but for the first side, for the economic operators, they want to know the most important elements on which they decide whether they want to submit a bid or even deal with the contract notice. So I think it has a very interesting message. Of course, there is an opportunity to put this information somewhere else, but it could be very important to have information in a certain part and to provide this information to the economic operators. Our interest is to have more economic operators because we do have a lot of single bidder problem in our markets. So because of it, this kind of visualization, I think, shows very well that there are countries which follow the notice logic directly, and some countries do not follow it. If we dig a little bit deeper, we found that, as I've already mentioned before, that we publish the contract price 100% because this is the mandatory part of the contract notice. But when we checked the contract prices, the contract price amount, and we just did a very, very simple analysis. We cherry-picked those contract prices when the price is below 10 euro. And we found that in some member states, this is typical just to write a number, and it seems like a false number as a contract price. The message is that if we make mandatory something, it does not mean that the information will be 100% valid. So we have to deal a little bit more with the content and with the reliability of data. Coming back to the scoreboard, although we have the single bidder indicator, the single bidder indicator is very simple, very easy to count, but it does not involve the framework agreement and dynamic purchasing systems data, and it does not involve the direct award data. I've already mentioned this direct award question before. We decided to deal a bit more with the single bidder procedures, and we counted together those procedures when in the direct award just one bidder was invited, and of course just one bid was received, and those procedures were published, and just one bid were received. And when we counted these two numbers together, it shows a little bit worse picture about a couple of member states, especially in the Central Eastern European countries. I'm talking about Central Eastern European countries, where the proportionality of single bid when counting these two numbers together are much, much higher. So I simply do not want to of course, criticize these countries. This is just a kind of different picture about the single bidder problem. That's why it would make sense not just to use the simplified single bidder indicator, but to build on it. We made a very interesting research with my colleagues, Gyöngyi Vörösmarty and Péter Juhász at Corvinus University of Budapest. We're fond of procurement data and we love it. And we were thinking about how to utilize, what to do with the single bidder indicator. And we made a multivariate analysis, and this is one of the most important results, and I've already had a chance to present it to some of you in this room. So it seems that the pattern of the single bidder procedures for developing and developed countries are different. In developed countries, the proportionality of one bid procedure, 2 bid, 3, 4 or more is more or less the same. It's quite balanced, approximately 20%. In terms of the number of contracts, we call it lots. But if we have a look at the developing countries, the pattern is different. So it means that we have a very high proportionality of single bid procedures, 30, 40, sometimes 50, then much lower proportionality of 2, 3 or more. So the message is, if we want to encourage economic operators in the European Union to submit their bids, in developing countries, we do not have enough economic operators in the electronic procurement. So we have to encourage those who are totally outside of the procurement world, and we have to find them, because otherwise, even though we have new regulation and nice, very flexible rules and better electronic procurement systems, there are obstacles. So sometimes these indicators help us to understand our market better. We did something very interesting. We used a variable, which variable is not perfect, of course, because reporting this variable is quite diverse. But let's say we were just interested on the lack of success when managing procurement procedures. So let's talk about the non-awarded lots. When the contracting authority initiates a procurement procedure and maybe there is no bid at all, or there is no valid bid at all, so finally the procedure will be unsuccessful. When counting the unsuccessful lots, as could be part of the procedure, sometimes, the procedure just includes one lot. So when counting with lots, in some member states, the 20% of or more, or some member states more than 10 even, that is very high, percent of lots are unsuccessful. This is a waste of time and waste of money, even for economic operators and for contracting authorities as well. Now we are trying to publish a paper when we made a multivariate analysis and try to find the reasons why it is happening in this way. Of course, it is not a causality, so we cannot say that because of the accelerated procedure, we do not have enough bids. But there are connections and correlation. For example, the duration of the submission period, meaning the accelerated procedure, for example, and the higher level of non-awarded lots, for example. So I think we can use these variables, these quite old variables, for totally different reasons, and gives opportunity and kind of impressions for a lot of stakeholders to deal more with the lack of success in power procurement. And may I jump to a very, very interesting, not very new topic, the framework agreements life. Of course, framework agreement represents a substantial portion of procurement volume. And we do not have enough information about the second phase of framework agreement. It's more or less the same like in the case of dynamic purchasing systems. So in most of the indicators, we have to exclude this information, and we simply cannot deal with them. I do hope that in the future it will be changed. And in some electronic systems, I can see from the north of Europe that they are able to count with the structured data in terms of mini competitions and special procurements in dynamic purchasing systems. So we know exactly that while the usage of framework agreement with one supplier, a single supplier, is legitimate, but this pattern may risk market foreclosure and reduce accessibility of economic operators, because if I overuse the framework agreement with single bids, and the duration of framework agreement is very, very low, then of course it will be a totally closed system for other economic operators. So we were just interested in the activity and the proportionality of usage of framework agreements. And we found that in some countries, more than 60–70% of framework agreements are initiated with single bidder. This is just a message. Of course, I know exactly coming from the power procurement market that the usage of framework agreement is great, and it's a very good idea. And within COVID, we realized how important it is to have a long-term procurement method in public procurement. But when we overuse it, then of course it could be an obstacle for economic operators. But then we tried to dig a little bit deeper, because we have a couple of really big buyers, center purchasing bodies, and center purchasing bodies could be identified based on the contract notice and contract award notice. And we found that in some member states, the center purchasing bodies are fond of framework agreements with single suppliers. This information is quite interesting, because for a center purchasing body, it could have been better to have multiple suppliers and to provide a kind of more diverse opportunity for contracting authorities when serving them. So let's say it is an idea, but if we put together this information with the duration of the contract, in some member states, the typical duration, the average duration of the contract of framework agreement is more than 3 years or 3 years on average. This is really, really long, which is not a problem. But if we have typically a single supplier for a longer period, especially for a center purchasing body, it gives, let's say, an opportunity for us to think about the potential, changes, or maybe just it is just a different picture about the framework agreements in the European Union. Framework agreements are used everywhere in the world. For example, in the United States, they do not call it framework agreement, but that is. The framework agreement is half closed. So there is an opportunity if a couple of multiple supplier system, if a couple of suppliers are inactive, there is an opportunity to change it. So let's say that this information is interesting for regulators to think about how to make the regulation behind the framework agreement a bit more flexible. And last but not least, the contract modification. This is the first time in the life of the European Union that we have this information coming from the public procurement data space. We asked for this information from the service provider of the PPDS, and we found it very interesting. The blue is the number of procedures. This is procedure-based. And the pink is the number of contract modifications. You can see that in some member states, let's say there is no pink, which means that contracting authorities do not publish about contract modification. The contract modification data provide a kind of window into procurement performance and the potential risk of contract circumvention. So this is, I think, an interesting symbolic step to have indicators and to suggest indicators in terms of the performance phase, not just the procedural phase on the power procurement activity. Missing modification data in several member states remains a kind of blind spot in power procurement. So even though we know that it should have been published. So if in the future we want to deal more with the power procurement execution activity and execution part. We could start with contract modification. We do have a lot of European Court of Justice's cases and a very interesting and very diverse practice in the European Union countries. And I do think that this picture shows very well right now what could be the next step. And it would be very good to encourage market players to publish more information about their activities in terms of contract modification. And of course, sometimes in some of the countries, we do have execution reporting, execution notices. Maybe we can continue. I'm just guessing. And when I try to give a kind of snapshots about the evaluation activity of our group in terms of the procurement directives. Of course, we were thinking about how could be of help when doing this job for the community, for the eSenders community, reusers community, for regulators, several center purchasing bodies, analysts. They're able to aggregate information, transform, protect. They can do whatever they want with this information. If the information is structured, then it is a great opportunity. And we have so many analysts coming from Asian countries, coming from the United States, who are happy to deal with European data because these data are structured and easy to understand, and we do have a quite detailed methodology behind and the written rules of different variables. Of course, it could have been better, and we need much more information every time. But believe me, that in the national procurement conferences, sometimes we have so many very interesting presentations from Asian and US colleagues about the European data, which is quite interesting because it seems that this data set is quite attractive, not just for Europeans. So improved data reliability and innovative indicators can become a powerful instrument for strengthening integrity and competitive pressure. But if we have data, it does not mean that this data will be perfect ever. And if we have data and if we have structured data, we have to protect it, and we have to deal with data a lot in order to support those who would love to continue their work. So I would suggest to take care of our data. And please listen to this song. This is like a kind of song for us because data needs a lot of care. This data song, what I found on YouTube and was suggested by my kids, really it could be a kind of hymn for those procurement analysts and regulators who are fond of data like me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tunde. That was great. I think this is a great way to start 2 days because we know our buyers and our clients are busy filling in forms, at least eForms, or taking time to do it. And if they didn't do those things, we wouldn't be able to get these sort of data analysis. I know a lot of you are also crunching and using data in your daily life. So it's great to have some real concrete examples. I posted in the WebEx chat linked to the study that had all those charts, because I saw people peering at the charts and on a screen it doesn't, it's just gives an indication of what some sort of data visualization, but the data is behind the scenes. And this is one of the studies that has fed the Commission's evaluation of the directive. So it's all feeding into something bigger. And I'll just post also the link to the song in WebEx. I took it out. We'll catch it later. The coffee break. Okay, I will present myself. My daily job is the reception and production of TED data, so receiving the information we get and preparing it to then hand over to my colleagues in the same unit to publish on TED. So we've seen a lot of eForms because that is the daily structure we have, and I will give I have to present my own slides, yes, sorry. So before I'm a presenter and I need to share PowerPoint. So that's working great. Okay, so when we were preparing this event, normally 3 or 4 times a year we meet the eSenders, many of you in this room, and we give them business updates and technical updates about eForms, the SDK, and what we're doing. But as this is a broader audience, I wanted to look back and look forward about eForms, where we are. And maybe it's a reflection about myself, about midlife, but I thought it was useful for eForms as well. So some of the opinions will be a bit personal. It's not always policy, but just to let you know where I'm coming from. So what do you do if it's a midlife? You know, you buy your bike and drive into the sunset and, you know, just say, forget it all. I'm out of here and I'm going to live my life. So when I said eForms a midlife, people said crisis, but no, there is no crisis, at least not anymore. The regulation itself is 6 years old. So back then I had more hair. No, that's not true. But it's more like, how did we get here and where are we going? So it's just a chance to see where we how we do it. So I went back and sort of dug out all the stuff that we accumulated over the last few years. And I tried to put into a story. I have too much information, too many slides, and I haven't given myself enough time, but the slides will be online. You can catch them up later. So we start with the rule of law. That's the European Union. That's why we're all here. So as you probably know well, there were the new directives more than 11 years ago. I know some of you have been around for longer than that. But you would have experienced that change at the time. So those directives got their implementing regulation to define the 25 forms that were needed to represent them. The Defense Directive, which didn't get revised in 2014, piggybacked in there. And on our side, we created an XML schema, which ended up being called the TED XML schema. The previous directives from 2004, they should have stopped within a couple of years. In the end, they dragged on because it was quite a massive change at the time and everyone had to adapt. So that was quite a long transition. Not that long after, we'll see, there was the Commission Implemented Regulation on eForms in October 2019. So that's 6 years ago. There it had only 5 standard forms, but actually it turns into 40 notice types. So a breakdown of planning, competition, results forms. It's all grouped into 49 business groups. It had 298 business terms, so it was much bigger. But the benefit is it's no longer an implemented regulation, which is just a bunch of PDFs. That was what the 2015 regulation had. It's structured data. So you have the same fields across all the forms. So when you see business term 01, legal basis, it's the same in all 40 forms. So it's a lot of consolidation of the information, and it becomes much more visual and clear which information is in which form, which in the PDFs you had to jump around a bit. The deadline was a challenge. We'll come to that in a second. So these new eForms would become available in November 22. So you could submit them to us in the publications office and we will publish them in the official journal on TED. And for everyone else, you had to finish using your old forms by October 23. So it seems like 4 years was okay, but in practice, we'll see that was quite a challenge. So why eForms? Yeah, it's a question we have asked over many years. So I tried to remember, I wasn't actually around at the time. I only came in 2021, so it was already there. But it's a move towards data. So we're not talking about PDF, it's data. I found that the eSenders annual meeting that we used to have already 9 years ago, DigiGrow was already presenting it. So it was only 1 year after we got the PDFs, we were already thinking, okay, that's fine, but we have to move to data. By 2018, it was presented again. By then it was being consulted. There was a wide consultation. So the DigiGrow colleagues at the time, they had a GitHub, or maybe GitHub section where they were dealing with all the questions, all the comments, and feeding it into what became eForms. I took the points from that presentation in 2018 and see where are we now. So again, this is more my opinion. I think I wouldn't say it's policy. So it was supposed to reduce administrative burden. Yes, that can happen, but it's only if you're linking with your existing data. So eForms are not meant to be filled in by hand. Will it help the businesses to find the notices? Yes, you have a lot more options, but there's a lot more data. So you have to have more sophisticated searches. That's good. Will the quality be better? So the structured data is much better. And I'm glad that we have seen evidence that helps your data analysis. But just having rules, basic rules, is not enough, because indeed you say it's a mandatory amount. If you put in €1, that hasn't changed, but eForms cannot solve it by itself. Transparency, yes, it's coming. What's also coming is we need more data to understand more. So that's ongoing, but we have a basis. Data-driven decisions, I think that is coming. I think open data will also open up even more opportunities. So that's on its way. And sustainable criteria, yes, it's there, but it's only optional. So if people fit it, it's useful. If people don't fit it, it's not going. And we'll see there were lots of other sectoral legislation that crept onto e-notices too, which has caused some burden. So yeah, I think it's a mixed picture. Generally, I would say it's positive. The effort has been big, but it's on the right track. The Court of Auditors had made a special study in 2023 about procurement, and they were talking about missing values. A lot of those missing values have been filled by eForms by making things mandatory. So we saw also in Tunde's presentation, some of the gaps have filled. Some are filled 100% because contract value is mandatory. €1, job is done. So it's not finished yet. So where were we when that? What happened at the publications office? We made some decisions, some architectural decisions for our systems to rebuild them all again. Have one central validation service. So if you validate against that, it should be published. It's not always true, but in general, we were not doing any manual checks anymore. We had an external contractor who read every single notice when we published. That took time. We automated it with only a handful of manual checks, and that allowed us to publish faster. So before it was 5 days. Now, on average, we publish in 2 days, including weekends and all that. So it's going fast. There's a community of eSenders we had to support. We had an e-notices application with thousands of users, which when we closed it down, we counted, we had 250,000 users in the lifetime of e-notices. So that's the number of users out there. And so the first artifacts we put out were at the end of 2019 already, was the first XML schema for eForms based on UBL, which Eve in this room was the main driver with the help of the colleagues in DG Grow. It was documented and it was made available. So by the end of 2020, we had an XML schema and documentation. At the time, I think we didn't get much feedback. People were still trying to understand. When you're doing your daily job, you're not thinking, am I going to look at an XML schema and read all the documentation? Is it really what I want? So I think it was a calm before the storm, because when we'll see later, you got doing it. And this is the picture we had at the time, how we're evolving our applications, the overlap, the parallel run between the two systems with the two deadlines, us to be ready and then you to be ready. So I'll go a bit quicker. You can read these slides later on, but that's when SDK was conceived. We'll see why SDK. You'll remind us again why we have SDK, because this is how the eForms technical specifications could be shared and structured and used. So each version of the SDK had more components. You had the schema, you had the schematrons, which is the technology used for the rules, example XMLs, warnings, the fields JSON file we know and love still, but changes are coming. We provided translations, which we never did before. Every member state had to provide their own translations. We created a whole bunch of concepts, how things link together. We provided more support. We had Docs website to provide you. We provide information how to link information together. And at the end of that year, we could present what we were doing in 2022 for all our applications, which you would connect to. So it was interesting at that webinar, I found there was a presentation from DigiGrow, and the member states were relatively optimistic still about their timeline, saying, yes, we can make October 23. So the confidence was still quite high 2 years before. In parallel, not directly related to eForms, but we also wanted to revamp our TED website, which had an eForms component, but was living its own life. So for every year, I wanted to show what the eSenders were given feedback, because we had Slidos in our seminars and workshops, and we had these word clouds to hear from you. And already in 2021, complexity it was clear that was complicated. So there was this feeling things are coming. And we also concluded, at least our former head of unit, Manuela, said, we're all in it together. We have to succeed, but we succeed when you succeed. How we're going to do it. So 2022, this was a bit of a crazy year on our side because we had a deadline. You still had it a bit more longer. So we had to get SDK up to a version 1 by the summer, where we could freeze it saying, okay, we're going live in October. We have to stop moving this thing. Let's go with what we have. Literally a few days before we went live, we had SDK 1.2. Thousands of rules, the conditional mandatory, conditional forbidden rules, which you know and love now. We were going to go live with that, and we realized it was just going to kill data entry. It was just going to be such a barrier that no one would be able to get started. We have this relationship with data quality at the publications office on TED is, in the end, it's a buyer has to put in the right information. It's their responsibility. They fill in the form, not us. If we add rules, it's to help them fill in the form and to improve the data quality. So we said, okay, ultimately, if someone really wants to provide eForms, they will be able to do it. And up to them to make sure they fill it in correctly. So we removed the rules and said, we'll add them later. So we went live on the 14th of November. It was all that. Everyone could use it. But of course, no one came. Why would you fill in an eForm when you could fill in your old system? So we were ready. We've done our job. In parallel, policy colleagues, not you, already said, oh, we just gone live. Let's amend eForms already. So literally 10 days later, we had a first amendment saying, okay, we're going to have to implement this one again. In the meantime, we started having workshops so we could keep engaged with our eSenders because there were so many questions coming. And we had a preview environment where you could try it out and test it. So by then, eSenders were already telling us that Q3 2023 is going to be tricky. So people were implementing already. And the concepts of metadata-driven applications, we were trying to promote it, saying if you can, drive your application with metadata. Not everyone can. Some did, and it's paid off. But change, we could see change was coming because we've gone live and we already have an amendment. So how did you feel about it? So there was confusion, there was stress, the urgency, the timing was crazy, and a lot of questions. So the most popular part of our workshops was lots of questions. The Slidos just went off the screen, and we'd spend a couple of hours trying to respond to you all. But at least the conversation was started. 2023, lots of SDKs. So we kept improving. We were putting the rules back progressively. So more conditional mandatory commission filling. We started doing the first amendment, so delivering that as well. We had 4 workshops and a seminar, and we also started patching the SDK versions. The help desk was starting to get busy. So some people were using e-notices too, the buyers who come to us. And well, the eSender questions were obviously going from almost 0 to a lot. Estonia went live in May. They were the pioneer. They had their own constraints. I don't think they chose to go live so quickly, but they were the first member state eSender, so the first entire country who went live. And then by September, the next wave of other eSenders came in. They were going bit by bit. The deadline was 25th of October. That was too hard for most people. So in volumes, only about 50% of the notices were coming in eForms by the legal deadline. A chunk of that are eNotices 2 users because it was still available. So it wasn't just the eSenders. So there was a tolerance period saying we'll keep the old systems open until the end of January, so you can do it. Meanwhile, well, you had a deadline. We got another eForms amendment. So the regulatory background changed again. So it tidied up exclusion selection criteria. That was actually a very welcome change. But then we see all these acronyms. These are sectoral legislation, which are creeping in saying, oh, foreign subsidies regulation, and you report that in eForms. International procurement instrument, you report that in eForms. Energy efficiency directive, you'll report that in eForms. Clean vehicles directive, well, the version we had, we'll do it again. And 6 voluntary forms, which are the below threshold notices, pre-market consultation and contract completion to provide more data. Not regulated, but available because some member states collect that data anyway, and the more we share, the better. With another tight deadline, we will have to be on this regulation by February 2025. Another race again to upgrade. What were you thinking? We asked in September, are you going to be ready by October? It was panic on the streets of Europe. You didn't hang the DJ, but yeah, this was, people were freaking out basically. And of course, we've been changing the SDK through the years. So is it going to change? Which SDK do I go live with? But the questions were getting more precise. You understand the things, you're making clear. Of course, you have to deliver something soon. I'm trying to find, there's one person who said calm, one said excited. Yeah, but most people were freaking out. So you can read those later. So this is the voice, the voice of what's out there. 2024. So in January 24, the 31st of January, we took the last of the old forms and say, okay, we switched off eSend tool, we switched off old eNotices application. In parallel, just for fun in our unit, we happened to launch a TED 2, the new TED website, like in the same week. That was fun. There was a wave of all our eNotices 1 users went to eNotices 2. So all those unhappy people who don't benefit from eSenders out there, they were coming to eNotices 2 and asking questions. And so it's still 20% of the notices. So these are countries where there's no national eSender, no thing where there's more of a variety of methods. So we got to know these countries very well. There are 50 eSenders who haven't gone live, already had to think about upgrading because Second Amendment. We had 5 SDK versions in parallel. That's one benefit we had compared to before. Before we had one schema and everyone had 6 months to change to the next schema. It was forced everyone at the same time. Now you could pick your SDK and you move when you can with deadlines, but you can work at your own pace. And we had the concept of extended lifespan because an SDK for 1 year was obviously not enough. So they lived for longer. So 2 SDKs delivered the eForms amendment. We did that in 2024. We had workshops. We met here for the first time a year ago. The eNotices 2 help desk went crazy. We had 4 times more tickets. The eSenders, you had a bit more control. Your questions were getting more precise. Meanwhile, we had an open data service on TED using the eProcurement ontology. So finally, the ontology was going to be used for something concrete. And the public procurement data space was also launched a year ago, again, with the same concept. So already we have some use of the data. So that was encouraging. What were you doing in 2024? How do you feel about eForms now? So that was after you'd gone live. So less confusion, the panic was over, but the work was still hard. So you still wanted stability. And we had a bunch of SDK versions still available, but with deadlines coming up in 2025. So still very, very busy. So start of this year, we wanted to know more about you. Every eSender is different, and maybe member state is different. The situations vary a lot. You use the SDK in different ways. But basically, you want more time, you want stable SDKs, you want less regulatory changes, and you want to be able to upgrade a bit more easily. And so this year, for the first time, we have an SDK which didn't have any pressure in terms of regulatory change. And in the end, we only put out one SDK, which we haven't quite launched, but we're finishing the testing basically today, yesterday. You'll see it in preview next week or next month, and in production in 2026. So it's 1 year of evolution of improvements. We improving rules, but again, there's a bit less time to pressure time. We had a workshops we have with you are much shorter. You know, everyone's a bit more in control, and we meet again today. That's great. The eSenders, we've got about half the number we had last year, and e-notices too are slowing down again. Meanwhile, our colleagues at the Commission, DigiGrow, have been very proactive in engaging with the member states in the expert group for eProcurement. Some of you are members here. And I think that's worked really well because the discussion has been very transparent and open. So even if you're not a member, you can see the issues being discussed. You can see the conclusions from the workshops. For everything that was new, the Commission worked on guides for all that sectoral legislation. So that means you can at least see fit it together. It's not just a bunch of SDK things you have to understand, or you don't have to read the regulations directly. You get something, this is what it means for you. And the governance is much clearer about who decides what changes in eForms, because at one point we were doing things in an SDK and we were just getting things out and hoping for the best. And I would say earlier this month, there was a parallel group called the Expert Group on Public Procurement, which is more about policy and legal aspects. And those two groups, the member states, actually met together in the first time to think ahead. Because my conclusion is you can't do eProcurement and public procurement separately. It's the same thing now. So I think that motion will continue. So how are you feeling? So yeah, you were feeling better. This is a question about the upgrades. So upgrades are good for some, but still complicated and overwhelming for others. So every time you have to grade, it's a big job still for many. But people are feeling more reassured, more mature, more stable. And then we ask them, what are you doing when you're not upgrading? Because you thought you spend all your time doing upgrades. You think, oh, we'll actually think of the users. And we're actually doing user functionality. So you can actually get back to what you were doing before you did eForms. And this also affects us as well. So e-notices too, we have these 14,000 users. It's there if you don't have an eSender, too bad. You can fit in a form. And it's metadata driven, so that's good. But we ran a usability study, and we had lots of people telling us the truth about things, which we knew, but we got it written down now. So people are very frustrated. When you go into e-notices too and you get all those error messages, that's the biggest challenge. The errors are hard. The data is difficult. When you fill in a form, it's different to the PDF that you see on TED. So you say, well, if I fill it here, why does it not there? So conceptually, the data is in different ways because you have data in your PDF. It's not the same thing. And it takes a long time to fill in. eForms put a lot of information into lots instead of procedure level. So if you want to extend a deadline for 100 lots, you have to do it 100 times before you did it once. So how do you handle those things? Again, eForms, you're not supposed to fill in the form from scratch. If you're in a platform, it's going to be much easier because you probably have half the data already there. So to improve the buyer's experience, we'll have to tackle it in different chunks. One thing we want to do, at least for us, is we have an SDK which has evolved. It's evolved beyond what eNotices 2 has done. So we want eNotices 2 to benefit from some of those SDK aspects and then improve the SDK-driven parts of eNotices 2. So yeah, we often forget the users, those thousands of people filling in forms, managing things. So just looking ahead and not just at the coffee break, which you'll hold on for. So next year we have basically one SDK from a functional point of view. The biggest thing we want to change there is to simplify how we used unpublished fields, which we'll call non-public fields, because that's an option in eForms which has been developed in a cumbersome way. And during the year, try to prepare the third eForms amendment. So yet another amendment, but as you saw, we didn't get one last year. We haven't had one this year, but there's a lot of ambition to try and tidy things up. A long list of things we haven't started. But the Commission and Member States, you're all busy thinking to the next legislation. So let's see if we have an amendment. I put best case end of the year, but I think even that is optimistic. That would be implemented in SDK 2.1, which would be the year after that. And we'll have to keep all the other SDKs open so you can transition in good time. So that's what's happening now. What's the opportunity? SDK 2, you'll hear afterwards. And bring eForms, the Ontology, and ESPD a bit closer together. So that's the plan. On a parallel thing, we are thinking of having what we call a data quality assistant. It's to check the data that we cannot do with the schematron rules. So we were looking at the words themselves. Do people put nonsense in the free text fields? We're not checking that. We don't have an external contractor we're paying millions to read every one of your notices. People might be putting nonsense in there, and we start looking at it. So the idea is we will start trying out the algorithms to see what we can pick up. Could be exposed as an API, a bit like CVS. It will give you some warnings about your notice. Some of those warnings we could integrate in our validation process. We will check them by hand afterwards. So if you say, okay, I have a Belgian notice which it says it's in Dutch and you put French in there, I say, no, you put French in Dutch, I can reject this. And the system will say, this is 90% French, I'm not going to take this. And we could reject them with a small team. So we'll get some thresholds of where we can balance it. These warnings would not block submissions. So the user could get a warning saying, by the way, there's something here. A human was going to check this notice. And then we check them, and then we might reject them afterwards. So that's plan.
You might reject a 10-euro notice.
If we reject 10-euro notice, we will be busy all day rejecting, I think. So that's a risk. But yeah, ultimately you could say this sort of data is suspicious. Yeah. There's something dodgy about it. I'm not going to go through. At the beginning, we'll be quite tolerant, but then we can start working backwards. So yeah, it's AI, but for us, it's just like a spam filter is one of the analogies we have just to get the algorithms. So the machines will not decide, but the machines can help us find stuff. Meanwhile, we don't have the machines yet. We have humans, colleagues looking at the data. We've noticed patterns in the data. So some dispatch dates are provided wrong. If as an eSender, you're going to tailor a code list, don't provide EU institution to your member state users. Don't even offer it, tailor it out. But some people are offering it, and some small municipalities saying, oh, I'm an EU institution. So you get rubbish data. And now we have voluntary forms, another legal basis. Some users are using that as a shortcut to have lighter rules. So are we at midlife? The legislation is evolving. We don't know yet. But if the new legislation, we can see some concepts are coming. eForms could start incorporating them, so we start moving our systems in the same way. This is my guess. The new legislation is not going to come very soon, but when it happens, we really hope we get a generous transition period. That'll be negotiable. But we're going to be stuck with eForms for the next 5 years at least, and we've only really been using them for the last 2 years. So, eForms is not at midlife; it's still a bit of a youngster. So, when we get a chance, we'll keep improving it. Okay, that's it. So we have, yes, we have one slide of question before you go for coffee. And those of you online can participate as well. Just to get an idea, did eForms affect you? I mean, if you're an eSender, probably yes, but some of you in the audience are not affected. So we have a cross-section of things. On a daily basis, how big is eForms in your life? But yeah, lots of people. So, pretty high impact. What I suggest is we're 15 minutes late because of me. We'll leave this open. There'll be another question, so you can rate me. You know, how do I drive? Rate my driving. And we'll leave that open until after the coffee break. So I suggest we come back in 15 minutes, so 11:30 Central European time. See you. So thank you for making it back. Thank you for those online for your patience while we have a coffee. I hope you had one as well. So we have 3 more presentations this morning before lunch, and lunch might be a bit shorter, but at least the coffee break. We got more networking done in the coffee break, so you'll have a bit less at lunchtime, but we still have enough time for lunch. So to get started, we're very pleased today to have Alexander Vinitsky from Ukraine joining us physically here in Luxembourg, because Ukraine is a candidate country, and on TED we publish notices from candidate countries who have yet to join the EU, but on an alignment path with EU procurement laws. So in Ukraine, there's a proposal to connect directly as an eSender and avoid the users going through notices too, and to be able to integrate better in EU product procurement. So, Alexander, all yours.
Great. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here, and it's incredible because a very big amount of information that I heard at the beginning responds to me very close, and it was very interesting. My name is Alexander Vinitsky, and I'm a deputy director in State Enterprise Prozoro and represent this organization. And really the system Prozoro, and I'm going to tell you about this a lot today. Try to not make a mess from this. First of all, I want to thank you, Publication Office, for invitation. It is an opportunity to tell you more about Ukraine, and we really is going to become an eSender, and that is why I'm here. The second moment that I want to tell you that you should be aware that the citizens and the people in Ukraine is gratitude for to citizens of European Union for unwavering support of Ukraine in this hard time. So thank you. And of course, I'm here thanks to our armed forces that defend our country. Let's begin, and I start from the word Prozoro. What does it mean? If translated, it's just transparency. In Ukrainian, Prozoro, it's transparency. That's why our system is called Prozoro. And the motto of our system is everyone sees everything. For now, next year, our system will celebrate 10 years as we exist. We have a very good result of savings, government funds. It's more than 300 billions of hryvnia. It's our local currency. In euro, it's about 9 billion. For now, we have the biggest in our country data set, and we have about 5 million of contract notices and procurement procedures in the system, and all information about this. At our best times, it was in 2019. The market of suppliers was about 300,000, but after full-scale invasion of Russia, we twice as many. So for now, it's about 150,000 of suppliers in the system that offer their services and take part in the procurement. A little bit about our history. The system appeared in 2014 after the Revolution of Dignity. At this period was a very big demand of society to transparency in procurement, to changes in government, and it was a change, and the government was capable at that period to make these changes. So we have the opportunity to make something good. The volunteers designed the new approach of procurement in the country, and what we have now, maybe this is the best example of public-private partnership, because government spend nothing for creation of ProZorro system. It was all done by private companies and businesses, and now government is the primary beneficiary and stakeholder of ProZorro. The system supports by users, and all development also supports by users of the system. Government even get income from this system. When I call, or maybe you pay attention that I say ProZorro system, it's not only the digital part or electronic platform. It's like a solar system. I mean that when each part have its own function, and all these entities balanced with each other. We have a state as a main part that bring law and accountability in this system. We have business like electronic marketplaces or platforms that is a part of ProZorro system, and we have the civil society, quite a strong and powerful community of procurement that influence on this system. In the first years, system grew very fast and strengthens, but in last 6 years, we as a country faced with several misfortunes, and we see that this system adapt to different external influence. For instance, in 2020, as other many countries, we faced with COVID-19, and it was predictable for us, and we have a time to adapt our law, adapt our electronic system to these changes, and go through this period quite good. In 2022, we have another problem with war that we don't expect it, but still the system adapt, and again we rebalance our forces in this triangle, and even business was a powerful pressure on government to return procurement in system Prozoro because it's transparent and it gives them the opportunity to make their business first. What main features and why the system Prozoro is so outstanding and have a lot of awards? The first one is the open source code. So all code of the system, I mean the technical part, is on GitHub, and every country, everyone can take it, analyze, and even implement in their countries or on their purposes. The second one, and maybe the most important, the system was from the very beginning open data by default. So the system was built on the base of OCDS, Open Contract and Data Standard, and we continue to implement this standard in further development. The system is fully digital. We don't have in our country at all paper procurement, and we are trying to move even attachment in our procurement to make all data digital. Of course, as I said already, we have a quite powerful community of dog watchers, different Transparency International, for instance, of Ukraine, make a business intelligence system that use all data from our database. And the design of the system is two-level hybrid. It gives us distribution architecture that shows very great resilience to attacks, hacker attacks, or even to some changes in government or attempts to destroy the system. As I said before, it works like a solar system. Let's imagine that the main power in this system is, of course, the law, and rules everything. The core of the system is a central database that manages by state enterprise Prozoro. It is a part of government and government-owned the central database. The database is distributed, so it's not one database, it's a lot of databases that work as one entity. And it's an embodiment of public control. Because through this API, it's a public API, anyone can control and the procurement in the country. The second layer, it's marketplaces. They represent the business in our architecture. The users work on the marketplaces. Not our contract authority, not our suppliers, they don't work with the database directly. They work on the marketplaces, and marketplaces update information in the central database and get updated information from this source. Why we make such architecture? Because we want to give our users the best service, and the best service could be offered by only private companies because they care about their users and customer service on their part. So all communication of users on the in the responsibility of private sector. And the third layer, it's some public, not government bodies like anti-monopoly committee that is like arbitrage in our procurement procedures. Ministry of Economy that changes rules if it needed to adapt to external situation. And the State Audit Service of Ukraine, they monitor that contract authorities follow the rules of the law. To this point, maybe you know everything about this, about the Prosoro, and it is important to say why we are trying to be a sender. On this slide, you can see that in last years we have made a great leap in our electronization. And from the 75 rank, we are now on the first rank, and a lot of services in Ukraine today available through the mobile telephone or a computer. There is no need to visit government institution physically. As was said by a former president of Estonia, it is hard to bribe a computer. So we are trying to follow this rule, and today we digitalize everything that we can to remove human factor from government influence. And of course, Ukraine people and Ukraine at all feels that we are a part of European Union. We strive to be European Union membership, and to be an eSender is one of the important steps in this direction. Today we have an updated law that negotiated with the European Commission, and we make changes in our system to adapt it to non-resident and maybe other participants. Also, we have a lot to share with you, because now the Prosoro case study is the part of Stanford case. They study our history, yes, and use it. Also, we have the quite powerful anti-corruption institution. It is obvious, maybe everyone saw in news about situation in Ukraine, so you can follow how the things is going on in Ukraine. Some digits or numbers for you. So approximately 70% of funds spent in competitive order. So it means that 70% of money that spent government we spent through the competitive procedures. The average number of bidders in our competitive procedure is 2.5 in whole system, because we have two parts of the system, and the second part we call Prosoro market, but I explain what it means in European Union. Prozoro Market, it's a dynamic purchasing system. It's open framework that rules by our national central procurement bodies. And the average number of participants in these frameworks is about 20 participants in the framework. In whole frameworks, we have 200,000 of suppliers, and each year this part of procurement became more and more bigger. So today, 40% of procedures go through the Prozoro markets, go through these dynamic purchasing systems. The average number of competitors in such procurement higher than in general in Prozoro, for instance, higher than in open tender. The second stage on this open framework is open call, always open call. We don't have direct awarding. And the procurement is quite short, it only 8 days, very quick. And this procedure totally digitized, so there is no attachment at all. As I said, we have a public BI public analytic model, so you can discover it by link by biprozoro.org. It is it developed by Transparency International of Ukraine. It is not our product. They, like dog watchers, analyze the data in the system. I want to show you some examples through the very big amount of digital information. We can analyze, for instance, the price of 1 liter of gasoline in different parts of Ukraine and know the range of prices in it. Here you can see the blue dots. Each dot is a price of the bidder on the particular contract notice. So it's not only the contract prices, it's even if somebody take part in contract notice but was not awarded, we collect this information and can analyze trends in our system. To monitor what is going in our system, we have automated risk indicators that analyze the behavior of different suppliers and looking for anomaly in their behavior and signal the state audit service about the risk of corruption or violations in procurement. In last few years also we understood that Ukraine is totally depends on external funding, and it's clear for us that we should be as transparent as we can, and we built the donor procedure. It is like a constructor for our donors that have different rules, and if for instance the World Bank can funded some procurement tower system, they can create their procedure as they according to their rules and see how it's going on. Our current focus is what we are doing now. Of course, we understood the importance of electronic contract. On the example of electronic procurement, we see that not only very important to understand how we choose the supplier, but also it is very important to understand how we implement the contract and what problems is there. And now we implement the digital contract and implementation. The second part is electronic complaint. We have already the first part, it's a submission of an electronic complaint and work on the second part, it's decisions, to digitalize decisions in these complaints to analyze. We are moving to sustainable and green procurement and non-price criteria, implement this functionality in order not to award contracts only by price, but also according to the other criteria. And of course, general trend of AI-powered procurement, trying to implement AI in different parts of procurement. That's all for today that I want you to say, but I'm open to your questions. Maybe something was not clear, and I can tell you something more. But now.
Yes, you know, it was super concise. I will take note. Please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You explained the concept of having a central database with all data, which procurement activities in your country. My question is in this database just passive data, or is there also some logic included, or something like business rules?
Yes. The business logic is part of central database, and we validate each step of procurement on the central database and collect needed information.
So that's great. Thanks very much, Alexander. So any more questions, you'll be around so far. And now we will pass to our next presentation. So our next presentation comes to us from Germany. So from a founder state to a future member state, we will see the gaps. And some of the problems are quite similar. There's also a marketplace in Germany. It's quite well developed. So today the presentation will come from the Public Procurement Office. So Rolf Gewitz is the program manager in the agency, and it's not listed on the slide, but Jan Engler, who works on the product itself, will also give a demo to actually show what they are doing. So do together, please.
So can someone pass the what rights to me? Just happened now. Thank you.
Switch your microphone. So we may start. Okay, thank you very much. I think you introduced already ourselves. We are from the Public Procurement Agency of the federal government in Germany with different responsibilities. My responsibility is a program manager from the procurement agency itself, and Jan Amde is representing our developing partner from Adesso SE, who is very busy and helpful in this area for our success. So what we would like to present today is not just an idea of using data and getting and use it for analysis, but we all, in this presentation, we take into account this, that this data has to be gathered from somewhere or input into the system. And so that's the miss for the contracting authorities. So perhaps for some background information, how the procurement activities, the technique for the eProcurement in Germany is organized. Above the threshold, we have a decentralized creation of notices of procurement platforms. It's not just one platform. There are several platforms that have to work together. However, above the thresholds, there's a regulation that's saying that a publication of notices has to be done in the central publications office. And for publication of notices below the thresholds, there's a chance to publish it on this central platform, but it's only voluntary. So that's for the background information. Perhaps some numbers. This year we had about, on the next slide, we had about 140,000 notices that we collected and published on TEDs. That means that the notices above the threshold, about 140,000. And they did come from about 100 platforms that are busy in Germany in this area. However, just one eSender, so that's our procurement service that I'm presenting now, that is acting as an eSender towards the publications office service of the publications office to TED. And the rate for mistakes or for the notices that are declined because of format errors or other reasons, that's below one notice from for 5,000 notices. That means 0.02% of the notices are declined, not more. So that's the system environment for publication in Germany. However, we are offering different web services to different peer groups. On the left side, you see the publication service circled by this yellow line. That means that's a publication service that is used by the bidders or parties that are interested on some numbers or ideas what's going on in the procurement area. So they are using just the publications or service, and that's it. And they're also able to use open data to make some analysis, and that's also the part where the PPDS is connected to our service in Germany. That's very easy because we already, because the open data interface does exist there already for anybody, and also to the PPDS of the European Union. So what's the counterpart for the contracting authorities that you see on the right side? That's the procurement systems are sending data to the central mediation service. That's one part for the contracting authorities if they're using a procurement platform. If they're doing very rare notices during the year, they may use something like eNotice 2. That's in Germany called our Redaktionssystem. That's something like this. We will present later. And that's the other part to enter data into the system just by this web service. For platform providers, we offer two interfaces. That's for sending in the data. That's to the mediation services you see in the middle. That's from the platform itself. Or if you want to get an idea of the status of the procedures, you can look into the self-service portal where you may get an insight of the status of the procedure for providing those notices. And the interface to the TEDs, that's on the top. That's a so-called eSender hub. That's the eSender service to the publications office. That means for different peer groups, there are different web services that's working together. For us, it's a bit complicated because we have to keep in mind all the services that have to work together. But for the different peer groups, it's very easy because it's just one web service they're using. I also would like to explain how we did the tailoring. We don't use, because all the basis for providing notices to TED is, of course, the eForms implementation regulation that is offered by DG GO, that you see on the left side. And we do some tailoring to tailor it to the German needs, and that's the next the path. You see the next yellow box that is saying SDK EU. That's the SDK provided by the Publications Office and used by the TED platform. Jan Meus presented by your mouse. Okay, genau. That's the SDK EU that's using by TED. On the right side, you see the tailored SDK version. That's SDK DE for Germany or Deutschland. That is used by the German procurement platforms on the bottom. And the way how it is organized, that in the top you see an expert group that is looking to the eForms implementation regulation itself and the German laws itself. And they take into account what is needed, what are the needs in Germany, and provide some change requests to the systems. These change requests are then discussed and put into a German standard. That's called a German standard for SDK, and that's done by COSIT using with a tool called Semox. Therefore, Ehrlich is here. That is the group that is organizing or administrating the process of the standardization on the level of the business terms and business rules. And that's then put into the standard eForms DE. And the next step is to transform it into the technical level to the SDK DE. That is also done by our procurement office together with Adesso using a tailoring tool, providing those changes from the expert group and from the standard eForms DE, and so we produce the SDK DE that is used in Germany. On the technical level, you see on the bottom the technical procedure. So German platforms are using the SDK DE, and before sending it to the TED platform itself, this will be transformed into the SDK EU by the Publications Office, and so everything is fine. So that's the way. On the top on the top bottom on the right, you see the two examples for procurement platforms. They're just a procurement platform itself, like eFergabe or Cosindex or Administration Intelligence or itself, or it could also be Prosoro if it would be they would be busy in Germany. And the other point is we are also offering something like eNotice 2, tailored to the German needs, and that's the so-called Redaktionssystem, RESI. And this will be presented by Jan, so you to get a more deeper insight into it.
Yeah, thank you. So as my colleague has said, the Redaktionssystem, or short RESI, is quite similar to eNotice 2. So it's a tool to creating, editing, and sending eForms notices for publication on TED and others like the German Publication Service. The RESI isn't a complete procurement platform. Rather, it's a lightweight tool for creating all eForms subtypes and publishing in accordance with the regulations. It's mainly used by buyers who don't use a complete procurement platform, so they don't fill in the information on a daily basis. The Redaktionssystem uses the metadata-driven approach. To like 95%, we're using the original data from the SDK. As my colleague has said, we use the German SDK, but it's technically very, very similar to the EU SDK. Of course, we tailor some things according to public German procurement law, but this concerns mandatory fields or code lists, but technically it's nearly the same SDK. We made some technical adjustments, but these are something like remove groups of lots because they are needed in Germany, and I heard the third amendment will delete them as well. So there we can go back to the EU standard. Our goal by using the metadata-driven approach is to minimize the effort when updating SDK versions. And therefore, we want to keep as close as possible to the SDK. There is also a second use case for Resi. In Germany, we use it as a test tool for the SDK and the SDK DE. That is because the system is such a lightweight tool, so we can fairly easily update it with new SDK versions. So enough of the introduction. Now I will switch to the Redaktionssystem itself. So normally the normally the application is only available in Germany, but with the SDK resources, we could deploy a version in English with very little effort. But there are some hard-coded texts in the application, as in the landing page. So this we couldn't change quickly on this test environment. But the notices itself, there was nearly no effort to switch them in English or every other language. So I will give you a quick tour through the Redaktionssystem and show you how we use some resources of the SDK. So first of all, we use the notice type JSON to generate a selection for the notices. So you can see here this generated table. Yeah. So it's a little bit bigger. I hope it's better now. Oh, that's maybe a little too much.
It's okay.
So, as you can see here, there are the eForms subtypes, and everything you see that is in English is directly from the SDK. We have a little bit added in German, like the German legal basis, but the most part is in English, and therefore from the SDK. Of course, it's much more interesting to see the subtypes itself. So I will open a 16, for example. Maybe I have to make it a little bit smaller again. So when I open the notice, this is generated direct from the notice type definition. So we have on the left side the sections and subsections, or technically speaking, that these are groups with the display type section. And on the right side, you see the groups with the display type group. So I won't talk too much about the groups yet, because there we made a change to the SDK definitions, but I come back to this later. Inside the groups, you see the fields, and the fields we are using nearly directly from the SDK. So like 95% of the definitions are from the SDK. We just add a little tooltips here and there, or some restrictions like limiting the number of digits or number fields. But as we heard earlier, this will be fixed in the EU SDK 1.14, so we can delete this extension to come back to the standard. The fields itself are shown like in the fields definition, fields JSON. We have text fields, we have code fields, and we have number fields, everything that is defined in the SDK. The last part I want to show is the validation of the notice. Therefore, I prepared a notice with a wrong email address without the @ And when I click on validate, I will get a front-end validation error. This relies on EFX. So in this case, we're using the EFX validation. In this test environment, there's only a validation bypass mode for testing issues. And when I switch them on and click on validate, I will go through the backend validation via schematron. So now we see the schematron validation as well. And this leads me back to my slides. And after I showed you how we use the SDK and how we benefit from it, I have to make some points or some areas for improvements to mention, especially regarding the input of the data. eForms is very technical, and there are some things that are quite strange from a user point of view, but I will go through them one after another. For the first 2 points, we have already resolved, or we found a solution for ourselves in the Resi with a workaround. But of course, it would be better if the solution would be directly in the SDK, so we don't have to build an extension and test and check them every time we make an update. So the first thing I want to show you is the fragmentation of eForms. In eForms, there are many, many groups with just one field or another group inside of it. And from a technical point of view, that's totally fine if there's just one element in a group. But from a user's perspective, it's quite irritating. So for example, in the group procedure scope, we have one field and then 2 other groups with also just one field. This leads to a very high fragmentation and makes the input of the data unnecessarily difficult. In the Redaktionssystem, we have resolved the issue by just ignoring the groups which are not repeatable. We was a little bit surprised that the groups simply doesn't have an effect. So if we just ignore the non-repeatable groups, the XML generation just works fine after all. So we just ignore them now. Not all groups, but groups we are marked as unnecessary. For the repeatable groups, that's not the case. There is an influence on the XML generation, though we can ignore them. So in this case, we hide them. We are CSS magic, so they are there still, but the user cannot see them, and it's easier for them now. This example is fairly straightforward. So I brought another one, the group lot result EED. In the standard is already part of the group lot result and then contains the group lot result EED information, which contains a group lot result EED asset details. And this group contains 2 fields and 4 other groups with also just one visible field. And for the user, this does not make sense. So we, with our approach in Resi, we ignore and hide some groups and cut it short to this. So the user has it a little bit easier. So the second point I want to show you is the unguided step-by-step input for some numbers and type combinations like a received submission or the CVD statistics. A few more, but these are the main parts. To add info to collect information on received submission, the user has to add a group, then choose a code for the type field, like tenders, for example, and then input a value for chosen code. And this has to be repeated up to 12 times for received submission. We changed this in Resi as well. So we invented an input matrix, which renders field automatically for every code. So when the user sees the group log result received submission, he sees input fields for every code and can just input the data. As I said, we have already overcome these obstacles, but it would be better if there was a solution in the SDK. So we don't have to maintain it with every update. Sometimes things got broke with new SDK versions, and we'd like to change this. For the next problem I'm going to show, we haven't a solution yet, but we have at least the idea for improvement. And the problem is that there's currently no appropriate input order. The notice type definitions in the SDK provide a highly technical view of the forms. And they are there to ensure a correct XML generation. But this leads to the problems I've showed you, like significant fragmentation. And to another problem, and this is that there's currently no useful or logical input order for users. When entering the data, a lot of references must be made to other sections of the notice. I will show you an example in just a moment. And the users have to jump back and forth between fields that are in different sections. And this is quite uncomfortable. So these are just two examples to fill in the information related exclusively to the buyer, and therefore I will go back to the Resi. The user first have to add an organization and fill in the information. And if you want to fill in the information on the that are related exclusively to the buyer, he has to switch to the section contracting party and service provider, reference the organization, and then go back and he can or she can fill the fields here. So this is this easy example. It's much difficult for results in contract award notices. And there are some other cases without references where the forbidden rules leads to quite jumpy user input. So as you can imagine, finding a solution for ourselves would be very hard, especially every new SDK would destroy something that we invented, because when there are new fields, everything is done. So we have an idea for a solution. We called it rule-based intelligent notice creation. And the idea is to extend the notice type definitions by a wizard section, working title. And these wizard sections should define steps for a logical and user-friendly entry of the fields and groups. So we also think about some attributes that are necessary for the definition of the steps, like are the steps repeatable or are there conditions for the steps? But this is on a very early level. When done, this could lead to a solution like this. We have steps from the wizard section as tab. So the user go just from left to right, not up and down and up and down and back and forth. And the steps could be built from with fields and groups from different sections. So the XML generation has not to be changed, but there's another notice type definition for the input. And here, for example, the step buyer could have fields from the group's organization and contracting authority, as you find in the wizard section. Yeah. So if this would be in the SDK, we could go back to nearly no effort when updating SDK versions, but far more important, the user have a better way to input the data, and this will lead to better data as well. And now I would go back to you.
Yes, that was an idea how to improve, how we implemented the eNotice 2 for Germany, and gave you some insights for or ideas for improvement. And in this area, I used some artificial intelligence AI, and asked ChatGPT to express the insight in the rhyme form. And because that's a sentence to remember, that's it saying, good software, clear and kind in every part, inspires users to give high quality data from the start. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan and Rolf. That's really hands-on. I appreciate the reality of what you're expressing, and I share a lot of those points. I think you've really put your finger on a lot of things. You'll notice with the SDK 114, it's coming your way. It requires, I think, 5 mandatory tendering statistics instead of 1. So if you have to add 5 for every lot result, it's going to be quite heavy. So your solution will at least avoid effort for you. So yes, but the directives require 5 pieces of standard things, so we've implemented it. That actually has a legal basis, but the user interface is such a challenge. So, and just to come back to what you said at coffee, Rolf reminded me when I was talking about eForms and the implementation, it seemed like we were doing all the effort at the publications office, but it was happening 50, 100 times for every platform out there. So it didn't quite come across. I just show panic and Q&A. But behind the panic and Q&A, there was a lot of work, and like the Resi, the choice they took in Germany to provide a backup system was one of the projects, one of many projects in Germany to bring together their ecosystem. Thank you for that. And now I will give over to Yanis. I will keep your half-hour slot. By about 1 o'clock, I'll start nudging you. If we have too many questions, we can do later on. So, but the links are great because Yanis cannot fix everything with SDK 2, but he has, I'm sure he has ideas of what we could do. Thank you.
Yes. Hello. Give me a second to figure out what and how to share here. I have another window where I put my presentation. What is it? Another desktop. Good. So, hello. Most of you know me, I guess, but okay, I will reintroduce myself. I work with Carl. My name is Yannis. I'm on the side of things that is more technical. And actually, if I'm doing my work right, it should not be visible, it should disappear from the people like Tunde that spoke to us earlier from the University of Budapest. So our work ideally should be invisible. I will talk to you about what we're doing with SDK2. I'm very excited with the things that I have here today. So hopefully I can add a few things. So we will talk about what is in SDK2, where we are with it, and what you should expect and when. Before I go into what I'm going to talk about, I have to say that, okay, I have to talk about acronyms and strange words, EFX, SDK, and I'm afraid that this might seem too disconnected from public procurement for a lot of people, and it might seem irrelevant. So I want, before I start, I want just to remind everybody how this is relevant. Indeed, it is silly to talk about these things when we can listen to how we can change policy while looking at public procurement data, but it's also part of the equation. So how is this relevant? The software development kit is nothing but a message that the publications office sends out to the eSender network, with the network that collects public procurement data. And we send it every time. I don't know why my presentation is not advancing. And we send it every time something changes in the regulatory domain, or because we have to say something new. And that message contains every detail about what eForms is and how we should work with it. And you, for example, just showed us how this message is used in Germany. Now, without this, the communication between the publications office and all the network that collects data would be slow and ambiguous. And therefore, the value that this thing gives to the work that we're doing is fundamental. You should not care about it. It's okay. We will care about it internally, but it's important, and that's what we're going to talk about. And a second thing that might seem totally disconnected is this EFX thing, which I can understand that it might be hard for somebody to think, okay, what's the value of the language? That's a gimmick. What is it? Why do we even need it? But if you think about it, the EFX, give me a second to clean my screen here. The EFX is just a convention. Okay, it's a language. A language is a convention, a way to speak. It's a convention that we use to say, to communicate to each other about the business logic that applies to eForms. And you asked the question earlier to our friend from Ukraine, does your system have business logic? So this is what this is about. This is a way for us to communicate business logic unambiguously. Oh my God, I cannot. How can I make this disappear? Sorry. How can we communicate business logic unambiguously? So therefore, the EFX, which is specific to eForms and was made for it, plays also an important role, because without it, we would not be able to communicate business logic to the eSender network. So the business rules, we wouldn't be able to communicate them. And the SDK, the message would still be sent, but it would only contain data, no logic. And and what we call business logic or business rules more commonly, we all understand that it is fundamental for the quality of data that we are collecting, which is the end result that a lot of people are looking for to get, either for policy or research or other reasons. So this is just basics, so that you understand that although the things that I'm going to talk about might seem silly, they really are essential. So in SDK2, our goal was our strategic choice was to advance EFX as much as possible. Why? Because we released it, like Carl said earlier, we released it in August 22 under a lot of pressure. It was not really vetted and tested by reality. And since then, there was a lot of, how can I say, position, not opposition, a lot of resistance to the idea that we're going to create yet another major version of the SDK because we need a better EFX, etc. And for good reason, I accept it. But actually, the first line of code for EFX2 was written in March, or was committed in March 23. So right after we released it. And 3 years later, we have not released it yet. Why? Because we didn't work consistently on it. But the point is the recognition internally that this is an important piece of work that needs to be done was already there from the beginning. And now it's time to get this out and reap the benefits of it, because all the experience that we accumulated until now is going to be, well, we're trying to include it in there, okay? So the main goal was to advance the effects as much as possible. And the second goal, also strategic choice, was to try to do it in a way that everybody can jump on board as soon as possible. Why? Because we don't want another 2 or 3 years of transitions. The whole point is to move fast. So how did we decide to do that? We decided to do that by keeping backward compatibility with SDK1 and just focusing on EFX. And now tactically, there's one more thing that we had to take under consideration for SDK2. We need to stay in SDK2 long enough so that the people, the eSenders, to whom it costs more to make the transition, have enough time to make up on their investment of all the investments they did since the beginning. But at the same time, we understand, and we have an example here, that there are some eSenders move faster than others. They have ideas, they have things that they want to move ahead with. So the second choice that we have to make here is, how can we find ways to accommodate the speed of everybody? Not the median speed. We should not only go with a slower speed, we should allow everybody to move as fast as they can. So that was the two main things that were in this, at the top level of our heads. And now, how do we improve the effects? Okay, just very quickly, maybe I just already said what the effects is, but in its first incarnation, this domain-specific language that we have created for eForms, which is used for validation, business rules, visualization, the templates, and computation for all the expressions that we are moving around. Initially, it had two parts, two kind of flavors of the language. One was the EFX expressions, and the other was the templates, which was built on top of the other. And now we're moving, and I will show you what we're adding. And we're trying to improve visualization, the syntax overall, and we're adding a new part that's called rules. So far, you follow me? How many people have dropped out from listening? Nobody's answering. Okay, so chapter 1, EFX rule. All right, concentrate, because I will ask you questions now. So, let's see. How important is client-side validation for you? So what is client-side validation? Client-side validation is the validation that happens in front of the user while he's still filling the form. Okay? So how important is it for you?
Before you submit it.
Before you submit it, yes. So at that point, you don't have the notice. You just enter the first fields. Okay, you're just halfway through. How important is it to have the application just point out errors to you and just help the user move along? So, all right, I will take it as it is important, although there's a 4% that since that's not important. Good. Okay. I will consider it important for the purposes of this meeting. And do you offer client-side validation? I see that you offer already, and there is, okay, some eSenders that also are interested. So, okay. So therefore, based on what we've seen so far, this is not an unimportant topic. So, what are we trying to achieve? First of all, after we released the thing in August 22, and we started using it in November, and especially after we've seen it in eNotices 2 live, we started realizing that, okay, guys, here we have focused too much on schematron. It was reasonable because that was the main problem that we had. But we lost the big picture of looking at validation from a wider perspective than having the entire XML there. So we realized that for client-side validation, there were additional needs that needed to be covered. And so we tried to, first of all, we tried to make things simpler by reducing repetition as much as possible, to try to further formalize the rule definitions, because so far in EFX1, we are using, in SDK1, we are using effects only to describe the condition under which a rule applies, and the test that needs to be done in order to check whether the thing is valid or not. But we do not express the entire rule as a statement. And then, of course, we tried to find ways to try to target multiple validation engines apart from schematron. In SDK1, the way that we're producing the things that we're giving you is we have a SQL database, we organize the rules there. They're managed by a team inside the publications office. And then we have a job application, goes in the database, reads the rules that we have in there, and produces a schematron specification of the same rules, and also this JSON thing that we give you in fields JSON, where you see EFX also. Now, so the JSON thing here is the fields JSON. Now in SDK2, we're going to keep the database, we're going to keep the Java application, but instead of producing directly schematron and JSON, we're going to produce from EFX schematron, JavaScript, Python, whatever we need in the different eSender environments. So to do that, we're going to put all the rules that we have in one EFX file. And then the transpilers will pick it up and convert it to whatever is needed. So we're already working on the EFX to schematron transpiler. We're going to, right after that, work on an EFX to JavaScript transpiler, which we're going to use also for eNotices 2. And hopefully some eSenders might port this thing further. And these outputs will be used for post-validation, which is the validation after the form is submitted, and for client-side validation. So far, so good, I hope. Now, just an example to get a measure of how things are going to look like. This is what you have now. This is an actual rule that I took from the SDK, and it comes from it's a co-constraint that comes from fields JSON, just copy paste. Now the same rule in EFX2 will be a phrase that reads more or less like English. I will explain the details, but it will, it's the same rule. So it says, go to this context. In this case, it's the root node. If the when condition applies, then check the test that is next to the accession. And this, if it fails, it will be error RB30, whatever it says there. And this is for that field. So this error should be associated with that part of the field. And you only do this if you are in any of the notices that are in the last part of the sentence. So with context, when condition, assert this test. This is the severity and the identifier of the role. This is the field or node associated with it. And these are the node subtypes. And then you can add several rules like this, grouped by context, and all the rules that we have are going to be in one file inside the SDK. Now, there's going to be a new folder, and in that file, rules are going to be grouped by stage. So basically, it's not English, but it's as close as we can get to it at this point in time. So as close to readable as we could get it. And another thing that we're going to do here is, if you want to apply client-side validation, you also need to know which field depends on what, because we don't have all the data. So we're going to introduce a dependency graph. I think you asked for it, or you guys, you asked for it? Yeah, okay. So there are two types of dependencies. We call them compute and assert dependencies. The compute dependency, I just explained it because we don't have it yet, but it's coming in SDK 2. So in SDK, we have normal fields that you put on the screen, and the user has to fill them in. And then we have some fields that we call them fields with a preset value. And those fields, we don't show them on the screen, we just have fixed value. Okay, so they're hidden. But what we're lacking is fields where the value we calculated, but it's not set, it's not fixed. So we don't show them to the user, but the value is calculated automatically behind the scenes. So those are calculated fields. And these computations are going to be specified by EFX. And the dependencies of these computations are going to be in the dependency graph as compute dependencies. Whereas the assert dependencies are the dependencies that say, okay, me as a field, in order to validate myself, I need the values, I need those values of those other fields. I hope you're following me. Okay. So this is what it will look like. So there's going to be forward and backward lookup of the dependencies. Somebody has his microphone open. Is it me? Would it be me? Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm not going to stay too much here, but just an example to understand. So for example, let's say a user changed the value of a field and form. We know which field they changed. We need to figure out which other calculated fields depend on this field that just changed so that we can recalculate them and revalidate. So you go to the graph with the field name, you get the other fields, you collect the values, you do your client-side validation. And vice versa, he changes this field, and we want to validate it. So he just changed the values. How do we know if it is correct or not? Maybe the validation depends on the values of other fields. Do we have them? If we don't have them, we're not going to display an error to the guy, or we have to react to that because maybe he didn't fill those fields yet. Okay, so this is essential information in order to make a client-side validation. I'm closing with this. Now, some things to know. The rules are going to be reduced. We have 40,000 rules. We had 40,000 rules, which you still have, but now there are about 3,000. And this is because we just share the same rule across notices, There's no, just try to avoid the repetition and clean up the thing. Of course, as a result, also the root label are going to be reduced. And for better or worse, we have to change rule identifiers. Now, currently, where we decided to do them totally random, no semantics in the identifier, just 6 letters prefixed by an R. If somebody doesn't like it, we're open to listen to complaints, but we just generally know that semantics in identifiers put more limitations that solve problems, so we decided to avoid it. So I want your first reaction. You have to talk a bit closer. You cannot hear me.
They can, but that makes a sound.
Really?
Because you're further away, so that goes.
So the mic tries to catch me, increases the feeds back. Okay, that's a smart mic.
But you figured out.
All right. So nobody is very happy. I would say that overall it's generally positive. Yes.
Probably some doubts out there. What do you mean?
Okay. Good. So if I can make you happier, I'm open to suggestions. All right. So I'm moving on. Okay. Thank you. So, yeah, I had foreseen my reaction.
That's what that's like.
So now EFX templates. EFX templates is the other.
Just to let you know, we'll go until about 1:10. So another 10
I'll do it,
minutes
I'll
or
do it,
so,
I'll do it.
and we'll shift to lunch. We'll come back at 2:15. So we'll shift everything about 15 minutes, just so people online as well. But it's okay.
I will brush over things a little bit faster. Yeah,
That's good.
it's okay. But now that you have the hang of it, of what I'm talking about, we can go faster. All right. So EFX templates. Now, in EFX templates, okay, our model was quite simplistic. We were thinking about what to display where, but we missed the whole picture of creating a fast-performing, friendly document for the visualization. It was impossible for us to change it. Me and Carl have been through hell together and against each other for this problem for the last 3-4 years, the visualizations. So yeah, we fought, we cried, we did everything, but it's still there. We have to fix it. So yeah, too simplistic. Then the performance was not good of the generated XML because there were many repetitive calculations that we could not avoid. So we had a number of limitations. So what did we try to do? We tried to change the language so that whatever we do runs faster. The output is, the runtime output is performing better. And we try to change the language so that it has more features that allows us to make better visualizations. So I'm skipping over this because I will show them to you. Hopefully this will move to the next slide. Let's see. So what is the template syntax going to look like? It's similar to the rules, but instead with this asset that you say with this context, display that template. It has conditional templates that simplify and make the things more readable. We added variables so that we can, okay, this is a simplified declaration, but just to get an idea, variables that will allow us to just make a computation once, store it and reuse it. So this will improve performance. We added user-defined functions so that we can call them and also simplify the code. We added collab templates that will also simplify the code of the outputs. We added dictionaries so that we can do key value lookups So you want to look up, I don't know, the organizations by identifier or whatever, you just create a dictionary, and then you don't really care how many lots are in the notice, how many lots are there, or how many organizations are there. It will do it as fast for small and larger notices. And we also added another thing that was missing, that was important, variables inside the template structure, so that you can share across the different blocks of the templates. You can share context, and so you don't have to repeat calculations, because Paul, my friend back there that wrote the FX templates for FX1, knows that he struggled to get the output performing because he didn't have these things in FX1. Other improvements, we also added a summary in the navigation section in the file. So the EFX template now contains its own summary and its own customized navigation. So it's just one thing that you can use and display. And also in EFX2, we have some other, how can I say it? Yes, well, EFX2 has the ability also to take care behind the scenes of selecting the appropriate language in multi and milligram fields, depending on what the user wants to see and what is available. And also dealing with the fields that have privacy controls, so unpublished ones, etc., which is something that will have an impact because we are about. So this we have to take care because currently it works with the current solution, but we will take care of that. And of course, the obvious stupid omission of FX1, we didn't have hyperlinks. Anyway. So the EFX1 templates still work. So the grammar just supports them. So we can translate the old ones and the new ones, but I would like to get rid of them. And I will do it if you let me. But if it will disrupt you, it's okay, never mind. We can live with it. We can support both. But if anyone has their own views, then yeah, okay, we'll keep it. But in general, if we remove it, the processing of the templates will be faster because we have a simpler parse tree to understand to translate the thing. So, okay, closing questions for EFX templates. Do you use EFX to create customized view templates? If nobody says yes, I'm just going to delete the previous language version. But if somebody says yes, then I will first talk with them. Oh, yes. So, okay, we're keeping them. It's okay. No, it's more.
To speak to them.
It's more. It's okay. It's okay.
It's
not, look, it's not terribly difficult to go from EFX1 to EFX2. And actually, Paul did it manually. We could even do a translator for migration. But at this point in time, I don't want to add more work for us. I want to get the things right. So, yeah, if we have to keep it, we keep it. But there's no problem. We'll speak and we'll see what we do. It is going to be interesting for me to see the custom visualization solutions that everybody else has. And maybe the next time we meet, maybe we can find somebody that can show us something interesting. For me, it would be very interesting to see how you deal with this problem. Okay, moving on. Also, you have your own viewer. Okay, some people use it as is, and there is some people also that forked it and modified it. Okay, so please, if you have this investment in EFX templates, it doesn't matter if it's just one eSender. Every eSender is important. I want to speak with you and see, understand what you're doing, understand what you need, etc. And also, let's find a way. We are interested to hear from other eSenders that don't use EFX. Okay, what do you do? okay, using the API, okay, it's an obvious choice. No questions there. But if you have something custom made yourself, either with or without effects, we would like to know. Okay, I'm moving on. 5, 4, 3, 5 minutes. So for EFX expressions, I'm not going to say much. I'm just going to brush over it. EFX expressions is just the foundation of everything. It's just what is used for computations, and there are several improvements. The most important thing to know here is that they're mostly backward compatible. There are some small changes, like the way that we do typecasting or the way that we reference code lists, but that's okay. It's fairly straightforward to change it. We are hard working on the rules at this point in time. I still owe you. I promised I would do an alpha version last month, but I didn't. So thank you for your understanding. I will try to get it out before the end of the year. I mean, it's there, but having it and giving it to somebody, there's a distance that needs to cover, which I didn't. So yeah, I will try to cover this distance within the month and give it to you. Beta versions, I don't see them before February, and we'll give you more specific update timeline when we meet in March. But the general idea is, since we're only changing EFX and we're keeping everything else the same, whatever other improvements can be done after the release will be done after the release. Okay, so what we need to get right in order to release is the grammar. If the grammar which is committed in the repository is good, then okay. So because yeah, there are some different big ideas floating around. We don't need to wait for all of that. Okay. Now, this is the last thing that I want to tell you today, and it has to do with what I said earlier about allowing people that want to move faster to move faster. Now, I struggled to find a catchy name, and this is what I came up with. But it's just yeah, it's not so bad because it's the opposite of backward compatibility. So so here's the idea. We are currently putting a lot of effort in Notices 2. And you know, our contractors, for example, are working even on the notice editor sample application. Out of this, there come some improvements. I don't want to keep them in my drawer or only for Notices 2. I would like to be able to push them ahead in the SDK. We know also well about the eSenders that some are more faster. So our idea to maintain our future readiness is going to work like this. Let's say that we want to make some important updates in the notice type definitions, like you suggested earlier. And like I'm going to ask you right after we finish this, we meet, we sit down, we look at it, we find the solution, we test it, it's good. Okay, we're going to have a forward folder in the SDK. And in there, we're going to put things that are going to be as supported and as stable as everything else. They're not going to be experimental features or whatever. They're going to be, if we design something new and we need to get it ahead, the eSenders that have the ability to adapt to it, use it now without waiting for SDK 3, will have it there and we will support it the same way as if we had released SDK 3. All right? So that's the basic idea. Therefore, not only we're interested in finding solutions to the problems that you have already worked on, but it's part of our strategy in SDK2 to use this approach so that the next SDK, when it comes after years, has already been tried and tested on the streets and on the battlefield. So closing, reaction about the forward compatibility idea, please. I think I have not predicted my reaction to this one. So, all right. Guys, I didn't make, when I see that every reaction is, you know, in the 50%, it means neither hot nor cold, indifferent. I prefer rejection to that. It's good, it's good.
If you don't want
It's
it, you
good.
don't care.
It's good, yes. It's
And
good.
worse, you don't care.
Ah, some rejection already coming in. Okay. All right. Did I? Ah, and then, oh, somebody doesn't understand. I'm sorry.
Is this your last question? We can leave this,
Yes, this is my last question.
leave this open over lunch.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Okay.
Well, if our friend that doesn't understand
Sure.
is here,
We'll
then
come
we
back.
can speak. Or just send, yeah, ask.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
We have, okay. That's the end of the presentation?
I think that's the end of the presentation. Yeah, the next time is just thank you.
So.
Not bad.
Okay, thanks everyone for your patience. I hope you're not used to having lunch at 12 in each case. So we're a bit on the southern time scale right now. So we have plenty of time for questions and answers at the end of the day. So they don't understand, put stuff into Slido. There haven't been that many questions, so we'll catch them at the end of the day. And we can follow up. Right now, we will have lunch. Those of you in the room, we just go across this floor, we'll have a group photo. And then you can go downstairs and have some lunch for 1 hour. We'll be back here at 2:15, so 14:15 in 1 hour's time. And thanks to those on time online as well. See you then. Presentations, then another coffee break, 2 more, and then the questions and answers. So as Yulia has posted already, you can keep asking questions in Slido. It's the same one we've had all day. It'll be the same one tomorrow. So keep that on your phones if you want. And indeed, Slido is very relevant because before I hand over to my colleague Carmelo, we have a couple of questions for you about the TED website. So how do you search for public procurement opportunities on the TED website? So if you know TED, which I hope you do know, otherwise you must leave immediately. Which search do you like the best? I think you can only answer one question. So advanced search is the one where you've got about 20, 30 forms you can do. Expert search is when you build your own query yourself. Quick search is a little one box at the top. And the API is actually you connect to the programming interface to run your query. So how do you find things on on the website? There is an option you don't use TED at all. That's also acceptable. So don't be shy. But 429, and we have okay, I think that's representative enough. You've got some answers. So advanced search is the big one. And then quick search and expert, I guess, depends on where you are. And a few programmers who use the API. Okay, so we have a little follow-up question. And the next one, if you chose an alternative website, which website is it? So the URL or just the name of the website? So this could be if you're using, I would say also fill it in. If you go to TED, but you also use another one, I think it's useful to find out as well. So we want to check out the competition and see who is out there, because these could be websites that use our data and republish it separately. So masonet.com, Hermix, Dauphine. So yeah, some I guess can be national ones if you only look in only one country at a time. Competition online, development aids. So I've heard of a couple. Well, Dauphine are here with us, I believe. Well, the German websites. Oh yeah, national websites make sense as well, but you will only get from that member state. So it's also, but it's good to know. PPDS, yeah, that one's good. Okay, so I guess we can leave it open. Okay, so I propose we go already to my colleague Camilo Greco. So Camilo works in the TED unit here at the Publications Office, and he looks after the TED website. So we'll tell you what's there. No?
Ah, yes. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Carmelo Greco, and I'm member of the TED website team. And I will give you a small presentation of the usage of TED website for user and data reuser. In the agenda will be separated in two parts. Presentation of TED website for user and TED website for data reuser. TED website for user, and the TED website for user allows them to search for, browse, or find public procurement notice via the user interface, to view the content and also receive a notification of any updates. The search functionalities are as follows. There is search tools which include a quick search for simple queries, an advanced search for filter result, and also an expert search for complex searches. The browse option allows users to go to notice by official journal, the OGS issue, or by business opportunities, by business sector, or by place of performance. The quick search. The quick search enables users to find notice through full text queries that scan all notice content. And it uses the stemming technology matching related term. For example, if you are looking for a building, the result will return notice containing the term build or builds or built. Concerning the advanced search page, this page enables users to make queries using multiple filters, and these filters are organized in logical categories. The categories are as follows. There is the full text search, the category of business opportunities, where you can find or planning or competition or result. The category subject matter, where you can find notice, you can filter by business sector or type of contract or the location or also the value. The section procedure give the possibility to filter by type of procedure. There is another section named dates, where you can find a notice by publication date or by deadline. And also there is a category named buyer information, where you can find notice based on buyer information, such as the name of the buyer or the location of the buyer, or also the type of buyer. And there is another category where you can find a notice based on legal basis. Concerning the expert search, this is for power user. You can build complex query. Operator includes Boolean like and or in. You have also comparison function and also sorting capabilities. You have the possibility to use wildcards also. And you can also use the stemming. You can use the tilde for that part. Expert search field and aliases. Just for information, the expert search offer about 1,300 search fields to find notices. The alias allows to use the same information to be retrieved using different field name. For example, if I want to find notice by publication date, I can use the search field publication date or also the business term BT05A-notice, or another search term which was from the previous version of the TED website, which is PD. The notice view, yes, through TED website, you can view notice and view the content of the notice in your user language. The page notice view includes a summary section to have an overview of the procurement, a table of content to navigate through the entire content of the notice, and you have the possibility to download in several formats, such as PDF, HTML, or XML. There is also a tab named Related Notice, which shows the list of notices which are linked to the same procurement procedure. And Advanced Search provides additional feature like creating email alert or, the notice view provide additional feature such as creating email alert or request translation notices. Yes, the search result page. Via the search result page, you can see the list of all notices based on your query. There are several features like you can edit your query. You can save also your search. You can create search alert, notice alert. You can also download or export list of the result lists. And also you have the facets to refine your search. Sorry, I think that I made an error, sorry. Concerning the notice view, the notice view displays the content of notice in the user language. The page notice view includes a summary section for quick overview. There is a table of content for navigation, and you can make some multiple download formats using PDF, signed PDF, HTML, XML. And also, as I said, before, there is a tab named Related Notice to show the list of notice linked to the same procurement procedure. Okay, and then the OP portal provides a simplified and more user-friendly overview of the public procurement procedure. And this page includes a visual timeline representation to see the procurement phase. There are also the title that are machine translated, and also the description. And also there is a AI-generated CPV code to classify opportunities. Next part, TED website for data reuser. So you can download notice in various formats. You can use the bulk download functionality to have the possibility to download packages of daily packages or monthly packages via HTTPS. It's available through the user interface or using the direct link. You can also download the individual notices in multiple formats. And additionally, you can download the release calendar, and this could be used by a reuser to plan the publication schedules. And then we have also the TED Search API. This is for the developer to perform expert search query and retrieve notice via machine. And the Search API includes two modes to get the results. There is the pagination mode, where there is a limit of 15,000 notices. There is also the iteration mode to get unlimited result. And this TED Search API does not require authentication key. And also we have a Swagger documentation via the Swagger interface. And if you want to have more information, TED website provides the help page, the video tutorial. There is also a page, developer corners, and also the TED Search API Swagger user interface. And also, if you need more support, you can contact the help desk using the contact page. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Carmelo. Caught up. Does anyone want to make any questions in the room? As he's managed to catch up some of my delay. If not, thanks to you, we'll be only 5 minutes late. So thank you. Any questions, go on Slido if you change your mind if you have questions. Okay, so TED, there are some competitors, but TED's still very good. And things can only get better. Okay, our next presentation is also from here inside the publications office. Oh yes, you can rate Carmelo's presentation on Slido if you come across it, but the results will not be visible, so we don't have to share it. So our next presentation is about the TED Open Data Service, which we presented by Victoria Bentivoglou and Natalie, who has chosen just to sit here and look pretty and answer any questions. But as you remember, last year was when we had the Open Data Service just been launched, I think, this time last year, quite new. So Victoria is going to bring us all up to speed, remind us what it does, tell us what's new, and hopefully encourage you to start using it because.
Okay. Yes, the TED Open Data Service is 1 year old, more or less next week, I believe. Okay, first, you already know Natalie. My name is Vittorio Bentivogli. I work in the TED Open Data Service and also with the Procurement Ontology. And we are presenting today a couple of new tools that we have, but based on what we saw this morning, I'm changing a bit the content of the presentation because I don't have to emphasize the importance of having structured data in eProcurement. I believe that has been highlighted enough this morning, but I want to go one step more, not only to have structured data, but to have connected data, to see what we can actually do when we have data that can be understood not only by humans, but also by computers, and that can be used to take actionable measures and to build statistics, to build applications. For that, we need some kind of language. We'll talk about that, but at the beginning, let's see. So we will explore first real use case. This is something that one of our reusers asked and had a problem. We needed to solve it with a TED search API or with a TED website, and we found some issues, and we believe we have a solution. Then I'll tell you a little bit about what we do, how we convert these notices that Carl and Yanis mentioned today into linked open data, and also what data we have available. And then we will present our tools. We'll leave that for the end. Okay, this is a real case. There is a need. One reuser came and said, I would like to know which economic operator wins which lot in a given procedure. So how does this start? A reuser goes into the TED website, finds an interesting notice, and wants to know more. So everything starts with a notice. Then I have a notice with a notice publication number. It's a competition notice. Notice subtype 16 for the technical ones, and it has 130 lots. Seems to be a kind of complex notice, maybe something interesting. I want to know more. But I see that the notice is really complex, and the procedure has many notices. We can see a timeline there. There is a competition notice first, and then there are several result notices. Each result notice, after this reuser investigated a little bit, announces or shows winners for different lots, to speak simply. So we need to go into some more detail. So I have a procedure ID. I know that there are 7 notices that may be important, and in total there are 130 lots. But what do I need? What do I as a reuser need? I don't care about APIs, JSON, linked open data. I want some kind of result. So I want a spreadsheet. I work with Excel, and I need that information in a spreadsheet I can use, where I have the lot, the notice publication number, because we have several, and then I want information about the winner of each lot. That means the legal identifier and the legal name. I want exactly what I see there. That's a spreadsheet. In fact, it's not an Excel, it's a numbers spreadsheet, and I want to get that. It should be simple. But first observation, I see that there are several lots, but I also see that there are several publication numbers. That seems to be a little bit difficult to do with the TED search engine because it's centered around notices. And now we want to investigate what happens to the notices associated to a given procedure. Okay, let's see how can I do that. I will take some data from Carmelo. I will use the TED search API because I'm a developer. And this is the instruction I give to the search API using the Swagger endpoint, or I can do it programmatically. So basically I say, I want information about the first result notice, 231-2025, and I want to know the organization identifier of the tenderer and the name of the tenderer. Seems quite simple. this is what I get. Seems to be a JSON file, easy to understand. I have identifiers on one side, and below I have the names of attenders and the publication number. I'm on the right track. I see like 20 or 20 winners in this notice. Now I want to dive a bit deeper. So I will refine my search, and I want information about one of those identifiers. So what do you expect to get? I expect to get only one entry with the identifier of the company and, of course, the name. Simple. Oops. No, that's not what I get. Why? Because the TED search API works in the context of a given notice. So the information is kind of flattened. This is what happens. There is a limitation, not bad, it's not wrong, is that the TED API has been designed to give us some kind of information in some format. So I can find the relevant notices, I can find the information, but all the paths are kind of flattened. So I cannot do that kind of selective search. There should be another way. Linked open data. Then it comes to the rescue. We can express this in a different way. We have our procurement data also stored in Cellar. Cellar is our triple store. Basically, it's a database. It's a database that understands the data semantically. So all data is stored as triples, where I have a subject, a property, or a predicate, and an object. So those are assertions of things. This has that. This is that. This contains that. For that, there is a language. That language, we will see it a little bit later, but maybe it's not the focus, is SparkQL. It's similar to SQL for developers. It's kind of has the same complexity as SQL, and that's the query. I say I want to search for, I want the procedure identifier and title for a given publication number. That is the one that our reuser found. And then I want to get, okay, the procedure title and the procedure identifier. It's kind of readable. It takes some time, but I believe it takes more or less the same time as to master the TED search API. And I get this result, basically a procedure identifier and procedure title. I will take the procedure identifier that will link everything related to a given procurement procedure. Then, in a second step, I want to know more. I want to know the lot, publication number, legal identifier, and the name of the winner of each lot that belongs or that is related to that procedure that may live in different notices. As you see, the query is a little bit more complicated. I specify the procedure identifier. I will retrieve the procedure following a path because I know the identifier. Then I will take every notice that is a result notice, its publication number, that refers to that procedure. Sorry. Then, once I am there, I want to see what's the lot, who submitted that, and who is what's the legal identifier of that organization or entity. And I want it ordered by lot. So I want this search query to do exactly what I need to fill in an Excel form, an Excel spreadsheet, sorry. And this is what I get. We can use the TED Open Data service that was presented last year. That's basically a SparkQL editor. And I get this. It looks kind of similar to our spreadsheet. In fact, is what I am going to open to get all the lots, to get all the winners for all the lots. Oh, sorry. Let's see if this works. Okay, that's the spreadsheet, and as you see, it's a real spreadsheet, and it's of all the lots, the 130 lots. I mean, the ones that have been awarded to some tenderer. And as you see, this is real information. Let's go back to the presentation. Seems to be kind of useful, but let's see what data we have in Seller and how we produce that data. For that, we have a pipeline where we take the notices that we process every day and we transform it in using a pipeline. A pipeline is some kind of software that has different steps and transforms these XML notices into something else that we can store in our database, in our triple store. And that can be queried using SparkQL. For that, we use a technology called RML. And for that, we have mappings. What is an RML mapping? Basically, I take the notice that has many XML tags. And for each tag that is interesting, I take it and I construct a triple. A triple is something independent that I store in the database. And it looks like this. I have my notice, in this case, a contract notice. Then I have a notice type code somewhere there. And using my transformation pipeline, I'll transform it into several triples of that kind. I have an ID that has some notice type code, and then the notice type code is an URI. Just to make it simple, I just drafted the beginning of the URI. That's basically what we call the pipeline. You will see that many times. We say notice is being transformed, it's in the pipeline. Once it went through the pipeline, it's stored in Seller. Okay, this is what we mean when we say we transform data into RML and we store it in a database for users and reusers. Okay, important. Data available in Seller. What do we have there for you? We have information about eForms. Now they follow the Ontology version 4. Tomorrow, Andrea is going to talk about the Ontology and go into some more detail about that. But my aim today is to show the technical components that allow us to transform information and transform it in a way that the Ontology can be used to understand it, not only by humans, but also by machines. So now everything goes or follows the Ontology version 4. It will follow Ontology version 5 sometime in 2026. We have all the notices we process daily. All eForms notices from 2023 and 2025 are already there. And we're processing the backlog because we finalized our latest version of the mappings some months ago, so we are processing the backlog. The only missing part is the first part of 2024, and that's going to be completed by next month, so before the end of the year. So it's quite complete. We also have some information about some data about standard forms. So it's a limited number of notices, and there you have the form types that have been converted so far. We will upgrade them and to version 5 of the Ontology once we complete the eForms backlog processing. So what we have is quite complete, it's quite useful. You can really use it and compare information you get on the TED website with data that you can get from the triple store. Okay, and I'm sorry, but we need some kind of background information or theory because we have a goal. Why do we convert information? Because we want connected data. We want to give you connected data. And for that, there are some principles or best practices in the industry. So we want the data to be findable. So that means basically that every piece of content or every piece of data must have a unique URI or IRI. It depends on who you talk to. So it's basically like the URL of a website. So there is unique. So they are discoverable, and you can use our TED Open Data Service to access that data. Data has to be accessible. For that, we have standards. basically open standards. HTTP and SparkQL, both are open standards, widely available, very well established. So we are there. We need to be interoperable. We need to use SparkQL not only as a query language, but as an integration tool to go from application A to application B to another database. So it's a common language that everyone, and especially machines, can understand. And the Ontology guarantees that we all speak not only the same base language, like HTTP and SparkQL, but that we have we have a convention and assign the same meaning to everything. So we can find the data, it's accessible using open tools, and we can use it for integration. So we can also say that SparkQL is a kind of integration tool. And of course, because you can access the data, there are no restrictions. There's metadata that you can use to classify that data pieces or data parts by location, by activity. So you can really build your own graph of connected data related to procurement. That's our goal. Okay, the tool, as I said, was SparkQL. SparkQL is similar to SQL. It looks a bit more complicated. It takes more time. We're not talking about rows and columns, fields. No, we're talking about nodes and edges, or boxes and arrows, or circles and arrows. And we say SparkQL is de facto SQL for RDF, for data structured in triples. And we can use that to really build, and we use the graph to understand how to build queries. There we have an example. We have a notice. The notice has a notice publication number. In this case, it's 231-2025. That notice announces a tender, so it announces a role that is played by some organization, and the organization has a legal name. It also has a legal identifier. So imagine that the graph, and you will see it tomorrow, it looks like a cloud because we don't have 3 or 4 nodes. For a procurement, we have hundreds or thousands of nodes. And this is the way you find or you move through the graph. The important thing is that each little blue thing and yellow thing is stored independently in the triple store. So you can connect them using a query. It's not that you get all at once. It's not restricted to a notice. So we don't work with in the context of a notice. Basically, we can go to any single part or any single object that is inside there. No restriction, no, let's say, closed place where to look. This already shows us that it can solve the problem that this reuser asked us to solve. Now we can really get a result for some tender, for some lot, then get the winner, because we're not restricted to work inside a notice. And this is the kind of query we would do to navigate through that graph. So I say, I will work with the publication number and the legal name. Those are the yellow circles. And I want to get, as in SQL, I have a criteria. I said, I have a notice that is of type notice, that has a notice publication number. You see the one in the yellow box. And I want, let me see, from the notice, I want to follow this path. Announces role. EPO is a prefix, is the eProcurement ontology prefix. So I want to go that way. Announces role, played by, and then has legal name. And then I get the legal name. So with some practice, and I will show you a tool to visualize this information to make it a bit easier to construct queries. Okay, some key concept that is basically also the method we use to work. So Prefixes, those are important. We have different prefixes, and they always refer to some kind of either vocabulary or structure, like the eProcurement ontology, that is, we normally use EPO, the common procurement vocabulary, so the what of the things, the nuts code, that is the where, so what and where are important things to filter data. And again, URIs are identifiers, every object there, so every circle, every node has a unique identifier. And this is what we use to link data. And then I'll give you some tips, because this is something new for some of you, and building Sparkle queries takes some time. So there are some instructions. This is as a reference, because you will get this presentation. The repository is huge. The database has a lot of information. So always start limiting the number of hits you receive. It's like with SQL, where you say, give me only 10 results or 100 results, until you are sure that the query criteria is okay. Remember that we also have some optional fields or properties. Take care of coping with that. And if you are in doubt and you don't know what properties an object has, you can always use describe. Describe is a Sparkle instruction that basically gives you all the information and all relationships of a given object in the database. And select is like an SQL. You will get some kind of table with results. Okay, what is matter for public procurement? Again, I believe I don't have really to say anything about this, because we've got a very interesting talk this morning about structured data, transparency, how we can use this to make the processes flow faster, to uncover red flags, to identify, I don't know, hints that may point to some kind of non-legal or irregular activity. Of course, it's useful for interoperability, because this is basically an integration technology. We can connect it with other data sources. Why? Because we speak a common technical language. And we can use this for really complex analytics, because it's not that we open, because we already saw some reusers that take a batch of notices, place them into a database, and they start playing with that information. There's no need in some cases to do that, because you can use our database, our triple store, to answer the questions that you may have. Okay, now the tools. Our TED Open Data Service is 1 year old, so we received some feedback from you, and the intention was to provide a simple Sparkle query editor that you can use without having to install any other tool or going to any other website. But after the feedback, we will be enhancing this tool. How? There is a query library where you will find some starting queries that you may reuse, but we need more, and we need to structure them in a different way, because we found what the users need, and we will add some more queries and restructure a little bit this different group of queries. Also, the output format was one issue, because we have many different output formats, and that may be a little bit confusing or overwhelming. We will limit that to the ones that are really useful, like CSV, like an HTML table, like something we can consume from Excel. CSV is one of the options. Or a JSON file, in case we are developing something and we need to build a prototype. We can get the information we need using the Open Data Service. And we will also add some access or pointer to the EPO ontology documentation, because it's quite complex. And in order to build a proper query, we need to have that. I mean, the glossary and the conceptual models. This is coming soon. And now I want to present you a new tool. This is something we developed this last part of the year, that is called the TED Open Data Explorer. It's basically a tool that gives you a different view of procurement data. We have the TED website way, where we specify a notice and we get some information about the notice, but we can also give you access to the information in the triple store. So this application goes into the TED website or the TED notices, extracts some information like the procedure identifier. From that, it gets all the notices that are referred there with a link. So you can go to the, as Carmelo showed, to the notice detail view and explore every notice. And then it gives you access to a tree view where you basically have the graph. And for those of you that are more technical, they can also be expressed in turtle format. That's also an open standard to specify these triples. That is live now. You can access it through our developer documentation site. And let's see, so if everything works okay, we'll make a short demonstration. So that's the TED Open Data Explorer. So I start, again, as I said in my little story, with a notice publication number. And then I get a kind of timeline where I have the procedure identifier of this notice. I know that it has been generated using the SDK version 1.12. It belongs to Poland. This is the procedure. This is the competition notice. And then I see that there are several result notices. In this case, 7 result notices. And if I go here, this is what we call the tree view. So this big box is a notice. The notice, for instance, I say the notice has a notice publication number. Of course, it's the same one I queried for. It should be the same in the triple store and in TED. But I can also say this notice announces a lot. Of course, it's type lot. It has a description. It has a title. It has an identifier, and then specifies some criterion. So everything you see in the ontology, that is a series of relationships, properties that may go really, really deep. Here I see a graphical representation. Okay, this one is incredibly huge. I can look at it using the tree view, but I can also see the turtle representation. I can copy this, paste it, and use it as data in an application. I can consume this easily. I would say that the turtle format is like the is for open data, as the CSV is for normal business users that use Excel or other application. And I can also have a small Sparkle query editor to try and test and learn. So I'll tell you how I use it. I normally start with a notice, I investigate a little bit, then I see this query, and I start adding things, refining things, and then I go to the tree view and I see if what I get is what I need. Once I'm happy with that, I come here, I copy the query, and I use it in my application, or to generate even a more complex query. I have a clipboard, so I can, for instance, let's see, first notice of 2025. Okay, this is just a competition notice. There are no other associated notices so far in this procedure. And of course, I can navigate. I can see my tree view with a notice. And I can go back. So I can use this as a dashboard to explore the TED website also in another way, and to get information in the triple store. We believe you will find this useful to break this barrier of entry to use open data using our ontology. Okay, this is the scenario, so I can specify a notice publication number. I go to the TED website and I want to know what other notices are related to this one. So that's on the timeline. What information is available on seller? A handy tool to work with this. Okay. Then again, what do we do here? So our vision and roadmap, we want to build to facilitate and to build a kind of open community of procurement. And we want all of you to share knowledge because the possibilities with this are basically endless, but we need your help to understand what you need, to build better queries, and we need you to share this kind of information. So again, November 2024, 1 year ago, we got the first version of the TED Open Data Service. November 2025, we're presenting the TED Open Data Explorer. And what's next? We will have an update on the TED Open Data Service with some more features that is coming by the end of the year. And we will also have a new query library. We'll update the query library with more useful cases and really business-oriented cases that we were collecting from different users and reusers and also internally. And then the future. We are starting to develop an entity resolution service because one issue that we have is that the notices, as we said, are self-contained. If in a notice you have information about, for instance, an organization, the organization can be something like the Abbott Laboratories we saw before. It's inside the notice. How can I know that the same organization is used or referred in some other notice? Seems to be a trivial issue. They have the same name. That's not correct because humans and even systems have variations of names. They can add some capital letters, something different, spaces, a variation of the name. And we need to understand whether or not two different organizations that have similar names or not so similar names are the same organization. For that, we are building a tool that will work with information that is ingested into the triple store and will understand entities that may or may not be the same and basically deduplicates them. So then the connections will be far easier to achieve because when I said the URIs are unique, we need to have a unique URI per entity, but no more than one. So I cannot have 10 variations of the name of an organization. I have 10 different organizations because that will not facilitate any kind of exploration in our data. So that's coming in 2026 and will help us improve the quality of our data. So you will really get organizations, procedures, and other entities that may have similar ones in referred or announced or whatever the verb is in other notices. Why? Because we don't care. Our context again is not the document, it's not the notice. Our context is the data. So then we need to work with that. Some other tools, we have some internal tools that we are polishing to make them available for you. And based on feedback from you, we will be creating more tools. That's part of our mission, to provide tools that will help you use our information, or at least to be useful as a starting point to develop applications. And also application notes, our ideas of how you can use our information to get value out of it. And none of this will be feasible without a developer community that is alive. We need you to work to go into our developer portal, register yourself, get API keys, play, explore our tools. Also to participate in forums, ask questions, share Sparkle queries. We understand that starting to work with Sparkle queries may be difficult until you get used to it. So we can help you, but we can all help each other. We are not the best experts in the world. We have a very powerful community, very knowledgeable community, and we believe that we can all work together to make better use of our information. And of course, we make mistakes. There are bugs. Please report them. If there is a bug, we will try to fix it. But sometimes we cannot detect them before they go into production. So tell us and we'll fix them. And attend our events, like the TED Together, like the different meetings we have all the year round. So participate. We have webinars, workshops. We are planning to have hackathons and show things like the example or the little story I showed before at the beginning. Okay, we'll add more of those. So stay connected. Question and answer, I believe that will come later. I don't know if we have, or maybe we can do them all at the end. I don't know.
Where? What's this?
You tell me.
Okay, so thanks very much. Thank you, neighbors. Thank you. Our next presentation, check, Ivo. Our next presenter is only online. So our next presenter is Ivo Velichkov. He's an expert in open data complexity. He advises many parts of the European Commission. He advises us in the Publications Office. And he will present. Yes, I think he was there. So it's trying to get everyone into the open data. So he'll present graph patterns for querying the TED knowledge graph. So you'll see some similarity with Victoria's one, but from another angle. So over to you, Ivo.
Thanks so much. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you and see you.
Excellent, excellent. So indeed, thanks to the earlier presentation by Vittorio, my task is much easier. My talk will address the following situation. TED Open Data Service provides the possibility to query the procurement knowledge graph, which gets its meaning from the procurement ontology. You can get an answer even to the most sophisticated question. The problem is, as you learned from Vittorio, that you have to formulate these questions using the Sparkle query language, and I'm sure that that's uncomfortable for most of you. The good news is that there is a small number of query patterns that you can assemble in a similar way as Lego blocks, and it's almost equally fun. So in the next 25 minutes, I want to share them with you. And speaking of sharing, let me first share the slides. You can get them from the link or from the QR code. So if I go too fast, you can go back. If I'm too slow, you can go forward. So here is the Open Data Service, TED Open Data Service, and there's this library of queries. You can go, you can run them, but of course you might have a different question, and then you have to write it yourself. So a Sparkle query, it has these 4 elements. First is the declaration of prefixes, where just this common part of the identifiers of the URIs are made shorter to be easy to write. Then is the output part, where you say what you want to retrieve, and then what are the conditions for that. At the end, you make some result refinement. And so when I analyzed quite some queries used in the public procurement, it turns out that there is a quite limited number of query patterns that you can just reuse. And if you see these as Lego blocks that you approach and you see different zoom levels, so at first you see three groups, which are by function: to select, to extract, and to aggregate. If you look closer, then you would see a bit more things behind each of these groups, which is the zoom level of structure. And there are about a dozen. And at the end, another level of detail is when the ontology is applied, so the EPO classes and properties are used. Again, it's not too much. I counted about 130. But we don't need to go to that level because it's just something that we can combine from the previous. So the only thing we need to do is to go to the first two levels. And for the third one, you can use, for example, this tool that Vittorio mentioned, which is the TED Explorer. All right, let's go. So at the function level, we have selectors. They select entity type and categories, not to be confused with the word that is used in the query select. And you'll see here the meaning is a bit different. Then extractors that retrieve values from the graph, and aggregators which calculate counts and statistics. So first, the selectors. One of the selectors is the type selectors, and here you can retrieve nodes from the graph of specific type. The generic form is, and you see here directly as a Lego block, there is a variable which is connected to some EPO class, the class from the eProcurement ontology, with this connection which is showing that this is of this type. And a popular pattern is that we want notices, and this is the triple pattern for that, notice and notice. That's type selectors. And here is how you will see that in Sparkle. The type selectors, they are restricted by the ontology. So here, for example, if you ask for rows, and the example is with a buyer, because the ontology has certain restriction for the property relationship refers to row, then you can see from the ontology what you can use. Then value selectors. You retrieve nodes for specific values. The generic form is the variable, some APO property linked to a constant concrete value. A popular pattern is, for example, monetary value, something which is linked to the currency euro. So everything that has monetary value that is in euro. And you see below the respective Sparkle query, which uses this pattern. The multi-value selectors, where you give a list of values. For example, you can give a list of currencies, a list of countries, procurement classifications. And here is the generic form with the word values. I'm using the $sign just to make the difference between the other variables, because here you actually provide them, you don't seek them. And here's an example. So for this tender, what is asked for is the monetary values which using currencies of Norwegian and Danish krona and Polish zloty. And there is a multi-hop selector, And there were a few examples from the previous presentation with that. Now you can see it as a pattern that it can be reused. The selected value is several hops away. And here's a popular pattern from row to country code. And here you see, in fact, how you assemble the Lego blocks. You can snap them only at the same variable. That's why from row, we go to organization, and then we can snap to another block using organization again. So here from organization, we go to address, and again, we need another block from address to go to a specific selection. And in this case, we would like to get this for Luxembourg. This is how it would look in a Sparkle query. And it can also be done in a simpler way using this syntactic sugar. And how this is combined with other patterns. Here is a type selector, which is combined with multi-hop selector, where with one block we get buyers, then we snap through the row to go to organization. You see here the stats are up, so you can imagine this Lego blocks snapped on 90 degrees. And then again from organization to the address like previously, and reaching a selection, which is in this case, we want specifically these rows for Luxembourg. Here is how it would look in Sparkle. And then there are filter selectors, and the generic form is again a variable and a certain kind of filter. One example is when you want to get, for example, notices for a certain publication date. So that was the first group of query patterns, selectors. The second group is extractors. You can have direct value extractors, where you can retrieve value directly, just using one hop. So here's the generic form variable, a property from the EPO, and then another variable. And here is a popular pattern. Notice EPO has publication date and then a variable to get the dates. And below you see how this particular triple pattern will look in a Sparkle query. And how it is combined with other patterns. See, here is a type selector and extractor. So you have notice, you snap again to the block that links notice with a date, and then you need a filter for a particular date, and you'll get the notices for that date. And here is how it looks. There's a bit of additional care for the data type, but that's a minor concern. And then computed value extractor. These are extractors where you need in some specific way to extract, which is not available directly in the graph. So you need some transformation. Here is the case where you in the graph you have dates, but you need to take year from them. There is a specific word for that, and you can use this query pattern to get it. And multi-hop extractors, they're similar to multi-hop selectors, but at the end, it will not extract, it will not end with a variable, sorry, with a constant, like it was with Euro or Luxembourg in previous examples. It will end with the variables. A popular pattern is again from row to country code, but this time at the end, the country code is a variable, and this will be extracted with the query that you see, or alternatively done with fewer variables where you just bring all the path of properties. And the last one is aggregators. Aggregators are placed outside this where part of the query. And they are used to calculate and to modify when they are below. So aggregators, they use Sparkle functions like count, sum, average, and so on. And so here's an example. You count variable 1, and then you assign another variable to have it the way you want. And here's an example. Notice we want notices that are of type completion notice, which refer to a procedure, and another variable to get procedures. I wanted here to show you how it works. Yeah, all right. And this will get you the number of procedures at the moment. Well, that was it. There are a few more resources in the next slide, which you can see if you got the link. Yes, thanks. So it's available openly, and yeah, you can get it from there, and I'll be happy if there are questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Ivo. I hope you could hear the claps through a microphone. So that's very valuable because SparkQL is out there. It's been running for a year. It's available on other platforms all over the place. My feeling when we have these meetings, our presentations are all at different levels and no one masters everything. So you can understand fraud, but then SparkQL is a whole world again. Trying to understand how the market is working is a procurement specialty. But I think it's valuable to expose ourselves to the stuff we don't do every day. So, and thank you for your presentation. It's nice and clear to take you through the steps of the concept. So as a learning set of slides, I recommend them. And your next slide, Ivo, also has some nice links. So I recommend people also follow those links to get started. So there's some nice presentations. Okay, and thank you, Ivo, for catching up on the time I wasted all day. So you make us be on time. So we have reached the question and answer session, which when we have eSender workshops have been the most popular part of our workshops, especially when there were dozens of questions. So the way we're going to do it, and there's a question for you too. The way we're going to do it is we'll present all the Slido questions as they came up during the day. So chronological order, but we'll start from the bottom. So I think if you can present it. Yes, that's the way it came up. So they'll come up one by one. No, the other way around, yeah. So this question came hours ago and this morning. So we'll answer the question, it'll disappear, and then we go to the next one, it'll disappear. There are a couple of questions from Rick and Savina in the room. I suggest when you get to your question, everyone can read it and you can ask it again. And then we'll find the person in the room who can answer. So some of the questions, I have some answers because behind the scenes, my colleagues have been put in replies in a Word document we have offline. So that's to make me look good, like I have all the answers. Otherwise, I'll just point around to the best case and best question. If they're direct questions, it's easy. Okay, so the first question came this morning about SDK versions. So SDK version standard lifespan of SDK 1.13 ends tomorrow, because that means SDK version 1.13 came out a year ago. 1.14 hasn't been released yet. So will the lifespan of 1.13 be extended? So it's a placeholder, but you were right to ask it because I didn't cover it in the presentation.
It's a trick question, Carl.
It's a good question.
It's a trick question.
It's not a trick question. So for those who follow the SDK, general policy as an SDK comes out, the standard life cycle is 1 year. During that 1 year, we patch it with the later releases. We update the view templates and the translations. And then after a year, we say you can still use it in the extended lifespan, but we don't patch it anymore. So it's like, okay, we're not going to block you, but after a year, if there's anything big, we would have seen it by now. So it is a trick question. Now we've taken 1 year to release an SDK. So what happens next? So if we release it next week, we don't have to patch it. I think what we'll have to do is we will extend the standard lifespan of 1.13. So whatever benefits from 1.14 can be backported, we will do it. We won't patch 1.12. So that one is well more than a year ago. And normally 1.12, the extended lifespan runs out next summer. So if you're on 1.12, move to 1.13 or even 1.14, 13 or 14 if you can. So you stay in it. But 1.13 actually will stick around for a while because it's the one that fully implements the second eForms regulation. So it's the only one which is fully compliant, as it were. Do you want to follow up question? Sorry? We will support it, yes. Yes. So we should formalize it, but what I put in my slide was that 1.13 should last until we have SDK 2.1 available. So we're going a long way. So 1.13 is your, as it were, the equivalent of a long-term support, because the next regulatory SDK hasn't even been conceived yet. That's the third amendment. But yes, having got down to 2 active SDKs a day, 12 and 13, we'll go back to having 12 for a while, 13, 14, 15, SDK 2.0. And only then can we start asking you to move to SDK 2.1 to follow the regulation. So, but there's a question later about a roadmap.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so next question is from Jakob. So in the TED XML files, these are the old forms. Is there a single unique identifier for the entire procurement procedure? One that links all the related notices, including the prior information notice, the contract notice, and any subsequent updates, modifications, and the final contract award notice. So no, that wasn't the case in the old forms. So it worked with document families. Each notice referred to the previous one, the previous publication number. So if you want to know which contract notice in the award, you had to point backwards. So that's one benefit of eForms. I think you've discovered it. Well, you've made the most of it. You knew it was there. Is that the procedure has the same identifier all the way through. So anything that happens to that procedure is linked to the same ID. The only difference is the planning notices don't have a procedure ID because a planning notice could go into one or more procedures, so it could split. So there, when you get a contract notice, it will point out back to the planning that it came from. Normally it's 1-to-1. I think it's like 97% of the cases, the planning and the contract notice match, but it's possible it splits. So the planning notice doesn't know it's in a procedure yet. And it also has this concept that eForms introduced, saying it's a part instead of a lot. So it says, I'm not a lot yet, I'm just a chunk of the notice, which is confusing because part and lot translates terribly. But that's what happens. Yeah, so in the old XML, so eForms is better. Okay, so the next question about, you mentioned the production date of SDK 1.14 in January 2026. How certain are you about the date, and does the new version contain any backwards incompatible changes? So the first part is easy enough. We're confident about the dates because we finished testing the release candidate. Now we just have one check we want to do. So if things go well, SDK 1.14 will be out next week. We'll put it into preview. And unless anyone finds something that has broken, we are just going to wait till January to put it into production, so that just in case we trip anything up at the end of the year. End of the year is quite busy. People are trying to get their notices published before the end of the year. E-notices too, as soon as we put an SDK version out, we tend to put it into production as well for the e-notices too, because it's metadata driven. But we'll just hold off till January, so that's why we can be confident. backwards incompatible changes, that depends on what you're talking about. In pure SDK terms, and if you go back to many reminders about what an SDK minor version and major version is, it's a minor version. So if your software could understand SDK 1.13 or 1.12, it will understand 1.14. So that's up to you, I think. So on a technical version, yes, we don't break the SDK structures. If you're talking about the XML itself, the notice, and you take a 1.13 notice and you try to validate it in 1.14, there's a pretty good chance it will fail because we've added lots of rules. So we've got 1 year of new rules and improvements and checks. For example, the more tender and statistics have become mandatory. So if your previous one only had, I got 10 tenders and that's all you put, now we'll say, oh, you're missing tenders from the EA, tenders that e-submission. So it will ask you for more information. A couple of other examples, some rules. So we check that an integer is actually an integer. So if you put, tender rank 2.5, obviously that's nonsense. We will actually check that it's nonsense and reject it. So that's there's a few things that will change. So again, depending what you mean by backwards incompatible, technically it's fine. Okay, here's a good question for Yanis. Although also Paul is also providing some replies.
Yeah, well, there's my colleagues have put a lot of comments to help with the answer, but I will try to give a simpler answer. So the question is, what is the advantage of EFX? I will say the difference, and then the advantage will become obvious. Schematron is a validation engine, and it comes with a XML-based markup language that tells the engine where to look in an XML file to figure out if a value is correct or not. EFX, on the other hand, is a domain-specific language that is specific to eForms. In EFX, you can reference a field, and with its name, regardless of where it is in the XML or where, even if it is in the XML or in the browser's memory, you reference the field in the same way. In Schematron has no idea about eForms fields. Schematron has no idea about validation rules and business rules of eForms. Schematron is just pure XPath and XML. So therefore, the advantage of EFX is it works across versions of the SDK. It is when you write something in EFX, you can read it and understand that we're talking about eForms. You can maintain it, and of course you can translate it to several other validation engines, not just Schematron. So I think that this should encapsulate the difference and the advantage of EFX. I hope it covers you.
Thanks, Paul. You had a couple more you can mention.
Yeah, Paul, if you want, yes, of course.
Catch the.
Zone?
Yeah,
Here we go.
that's it. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, thanks, Yanis. That was a great summary and a great start. There are other advantages. In the schematron that we generate, there is a single rule for a single schematron expression for a single rule for every single subtype. So if we have a rule that applies to all notices, we have 45 rules. That can be expressed in a single EFX expression with just a list of the subtypes. So we've got that enormous reduction in rules that Yanis was talking about for EFX2. The other thing is that, as Yanis just said, schematron is very tightly related to the XML structure. It can be expressed in XML. It relates to XPaths. And looking at a particular schematron rule, unless you understand exactly what the XML elements relate to, then it's very difficult to work out what it does. Whereas EFX is expressed using fields, which are directly analogous to the business terms in the annex. So if you understand the business term listed in the annex, then you look at a field and you immediately know what it is and what the rule expresses. So.
Just a reminder, the questions we're doing now, we're going to write them up so we get a nice tidy reply so we can, in this case, we won't change our mind, but sometimes we give you an answer and then we write up something which is a bit more precise. But yeah, EFX is much better than just picking one technology. So shy compiler guy is feeling tempted to start writing an EFX2 prototype. Is it available for trying? Is there a channel for answering questions about it? So,
yeah, I'm pretty excited to read this. So happy. Thank you. I'm not going to give the answer now, but as soon as we release the next alpha version of the SDK and the EFX toolkit, in the announcement that we're going to put in GitHub, I will give you all the information that you need, where to look at, and please don't hesitate to start a discussion in the GitHub discussions, and I will be happy to engage with you and help you. Thanks.
okay, for the next 3 questions, they came from Savina. So I will allow Savina to ask them directly. You know who you're asking to. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the camera will try to find you in the blind spot.
Yeah, I'm in the corner. Oh no, it's actually turning. That is creepy. Yeah, the first question was for Tunde. If you did look or are planning to look at the proportion of individual contracts which have a certain duration, such as longer than 4 years, because I remember in the study on integrity and transparency, you were looking and also seeing it as kind of worrying the duration kind of becoming longer, but still being within the allowed limit. And it seems to me that I'm not entirely clear why the framework agreements, which have this duration, are an issue. You might be more tempted to have a larger volume for them, but then you have the estimated value rules and Simonson and Vail, which constrain you. So isn't it more the general problem of long, huge contracts, which would be kind of worthwhile to look at?
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, this is a problem that we are not able to make any kind of analysis in terms of the mini competitions and the contracts, which are the result of the framework agreements and dynamic purchasing systems as well. But in cases of framework agreement, we simply do not have structured information. We have a lot of information, but we cannot even estimate what is happening behind framework agreements in the second phase. So I think in the future, it would be very, very good to have more information. But in terms of this question, the problem is not just the mini competition. The problem is the unique identifier of the economic operator. Because if we do not know if the economic operator is the same, submitting a bid in France, in Hungary, and in Poland, then of course we will not be able to count with the same economic operator. There are a lot of information, of course, and sometimes based on, for example, tax number, the economic operators are identified in national electronic power procurement systems, but we couldn't do that. So I hope in the future we will be able to. Concerning the harmful vis-a-vis normal long duration contract part of the question, I think this reaction is absolutely understandable because it seems that we do have some problem with the framework agreement, but we did it the same with the accelerated procedure. We were dealing with the direct contracting, although we know exactly that in most of the cases, legally, it's absolutely okay to initiate these types of procurement procedures. When we put together these results, like framework agreements with single supplier, CPB's habit and behavior in terms of framework agreements with single suppliers, and the general duration of framework agreement, it has a message that maybe we have to open a little bit these closed systems because we do overuse the framework agreement with single bidder. We do not want to say that this is a terrible or a harmful solution and not to use framework agreements, but maybe we have to enlighten a little bit the regulation. That's why it has such an important opportunity when putting these results together. So I do not want to be misunderstood. There is no problem with framework agreements, but maybe we have to develop a little bit the existing system in terms of long-term procurement methods in the EU.
Yes, thank you. Okay, eye contact not possible, but for Ukraine, as far as I know, but you can correct me, you used the open contracting data standard from the OCP or something. Have you have a mapping or a comparison with eForms? Do you see some sort of that you're kind of taking a step back, forward, just lateral move? Do you know what you might gain or lose, or are you just gonna keep both standards next to each other, which sounds expensive?
Thank you for question. Yes, it's true that in Prozoro we use the CDS as a data standard for our API. We compare our data structure with the eForms and see that 3/4 of data similar. We have some deviations. It's not very big. At the same time, of course, as you hear maybe a quote that our own shirt is closer to our body. Yes, we like OCDS, and I sure that the development team of eForms like their product. At the same time, we know that we will be obligatory to integrate with TED and became a eSender, and we are ready to go to this journey.
Thank you very much. That's super helpful that you already did the mapping and know where it overlaps. And the third question was on the SCK 2.0 or 2.1, whichever you want to respond on. Do you know, because to me, as a non-technical person, it sounded very different. And would you know what costs an eSender has to expect by making this switch? Thank you.
I can read my.
Okay, yeah, well, it's the same. Okay, we'll say the same thing. Okay, so for some eSenders, typically the most advanced ones who have creating their own translators of EFX, there will be some work that needs to be done in order to update the translators, and because the language is clearly more powerful, there is work to be done there. So the senders that needs to update their translators, they don't use the translators that we provide, will need some time, and will have, of course, some cost, because this time will be spent by people and so on. But for everybody else, the idea that I was talking about earlier, we want to get everybody on board and we leave everything else apart from FX unchanged, is exactly so that you don't have any cost. So that for everybody else, the transition from EFX, from SDK 114 to SDK 2 has the same cost as from going to from 114 to 115. Okay, so you should not see it as a major change unless you have investments in EFX. And yes, okay, if you have an investment in EFX, you will need to update it and then transition. Yeah, that's the whole idea of major version. you will need to update. But in this case, yeah, we took some approach so that everybody can move to SDK2, and the people that already invested in creating translators, they did it purposefully. They didn't do it by mistake. So they know what they are doing, and they're getting the value out of their investment anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Yannis. So indeed, there's a lot of variety. There is no average, I would say. But yeah, the good thing, if you say, I don't use EFX, you can ignore all the FX noise because it doesn't affect you. If you use EFX, you will have to invest, but you will get benefit from the new stuff that comes. So at least it will pay off. So, okay, the next question is back. Another question online. Okay. Did we lose one? But that comes later. Yeah, we've got about 3 for EIB. Though I'll get the snowball. Okay. Sorry, our internal. My script is different to the one I see there.
No, it's the same question. That is Chappie, right? No, it's different.
Yeah, that's not the API one. No.
Well, read the one that we have on your screen.
Yeah, I'll read that one, which is okay. So, is TED Open Data used with SparkQL capable of replacing TED Search API? Or are there any limitations?
Well, I can answer that, Rafik, although also Victorio can or Carmelo, but just give me just a sentence and I can pass it on to you. So the general idea is that the Search API searches for notices. The SparkQL interface searches for public procurement data. You can search for notices also with SparkQL. At this point in time, however, there's no plan for us to replace the TED Search API with SparkQL. There's no reason to do that. We're not in a hurry to replace it, and we're not in a hurry to break the Search API or anything. If you want to search for notices with TED Open Data, yes, you're welcome. But the TED API will stay as it is. I don't know if Carmelo and Victoria want to add something. Yeah, go on, Victoria.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, they serve, as Yannis said, different purposes. That I would add something else because there was a mention about cost for migration, evolution for other parts of our ecosystem. The good thing about SparkQL is that it's an open standard. So it's a kind of, we can see it as an integration language. We can see it as a lingua franca of linked open data. So it is a good investment. It's something that you will not only use with our triple store. So I would say that they serve totally different purposes, and for certain applications, SparkQL could really provide an advantage, especially when you have different data sources, not only a TED data source, when you want to pair data sources. So developing, if you aim to use linked open data, I mean TED linked open data, if you want to combine it with another source, I would say that SparkQL will shine there because it's not specifically targeted to notices. In the other case, you will get some results associated to notices, and then pairing that data will be up to you or to your developers.
I think that the question was about somebody that already uses the Search API, and they're asking, hey guys, are you planning to replace this with all this new stuff?
Not at all.
The basic answer is, no, we don't plan to replace this. Yeah, we know that the other stuff is more powerful and it has different purpose, but the Search API will stay there, so don't worry.
Okay, we have another question from Lasse. I'm new to using the TED Open Data Service, and I'm wondering what the prefixes and web addresses in the query library refer to. So if you go to the Open Data Service, you can see this information. Where can I find documentation that explains what data sources are available and how these links are used to construct Spark queries?
Okay.
So Paul has it on.
There is already some documentation that we have in the docs in the developer documentation portal, and we're taking note to have another look, Victorio and Natalie, in order to address this kind of question. Also, Ivo's talk a while ago was relevant to the same subject. So what I would propose is consult the documentation, look at the SPARQL queries that we have in the Open Data Portal, the demo ones, but also ask us questions in the GitHub discussions of the TED Open Data, and we should share this. I can share it on the chat. Can you share in the chat of WebEx, or I will share in the chat of WebEx the link to the discussions for TED Open Data. And yes, talk to us and we'll try to help you. For better or worse, all the information around this, whatever is not relevant specifically to TED Open Data is all over the internet. Whatever is relevant to TED Open Data, we're putting it in the documentation, the developer documentation portal. So if we're missing something there, we will have, we will keep updating it. I hope this covers you. Yeah, and we'll send you a link to the discussions where you can contact us.
You'll just post in the chat.
Yeah,
we'll
post it now. Yeah.
Yes, we'll document these questions and answers, but we can post a few links in the chat so you don't have to wait for our replies in a nice package. Okay, the next question. Is there an eForms roadmap available? Which is a good question. So I would say not explicitly. I would say probably the best source to find what's going on with eForms would be the eForms group run by the Commission with the expert group on eProcurement, because all the issues that are discussed appear as issues in GitLab. We can post there. So the participants are members of EXEP, but the discussions are public, so you can see them come in. Possibly what we should do together with DG Grow would be to tag which issues are planned for which SDK. So then you could just filter by SDK and see them come in. Once we've agreed they're going in. So if the group says, no, that's not going to happen, we don't put it in the SDK. That's the idea of the governance that has been set up. And then on our side, we do have a page called SDK Roadmap, which could be a bit more general about the big things we are planning to do, which we could probably update. So instead of going to see our presentations, we actually have a page which is up to date. So that's what we have. Okay, the next two questions come from Rick in the room here from Tendernet in the Netherlands. And yeah, if you can get, no.
Yes. Good idea to get you to speak. Thanks, first of all, thanks for having us here. I really like the idea of the data quality assistant, and I'm curious if that can be used to identify contracting authorities who generally have very good quality or very bad quality. But I think the idea is that it's being used on current tenders so that contracting authorities can adjust it when they are filling in the forms. And I was wondering if it is going to be able to get real-time feedback on that. So for example, when contracting authorities fill in the forms in their own platform, maybe via the API that you mentioned. Yeah, so such that there is no delay.
So conceptually, yes. I'm not the IT person, so I said, yes, make it so. But the way I see it, if you're in eNotices 2 or any of 100 other platforms, like today, you can call the central validation service and say, these are the errors, so it's not going anywhere. You know, you're not even going to send it to us. At the same time, you could get warnings saying these things look strange. in the old days, in the old eSend tool, where eSenders used to send it to a dedicated service and it would return XSLT errors and warnings, we would generate millions of warnings and everyone ignored them. So when we moved to eForms, we said, forget the warnings because no one reacts to them. Because as soon as you submit and you've got no blocking errors, off you go. That's your job, you published. And people don't care anymore. But now that we don't have anyone reading the notices, we think we need to highlight some so that we can check them. Could the data quality assistant tell you things about your notice which are not going to get us to check? Because we say, well, that might be true for you. You know, if your amount is 10 euros and you really want to bet 10 euros, we're not going to block you. I mean, otherwise we'd be spending our time saying, oh, do you really mean 10 euros? And they say, I don't want to publish it anyway. We're not going to get into those discussions. So, but maybe your warning could be saying, you do realize that 10 euros is unlikely to be true. Yeah, I'll go ahead anyway. Okay. In the end, the buyer is responsible for the rubbish they put into the notice. Some of them we should catch. So our main thing is to catch the real rubbish that, you know, it shouldn't be there. You're trying to sell something, you're not trying to buy something. Okay. It shouldn't be in the official journal. You don't publish sales, you publish purchases. So that sort of thing we want to pick up first. But for me, yes, it's an API that gives you a real-time response. So.
You also mentioned this morning that you got rid of almost all the manual checks. Would that also allow the TED batch to run every day, including the weekends and the bank holidays, for example?
Yeah.
Or is that not a plan?
That's not the plan because we don't want to work on weekends ourselves. And the demand to publish on weekends does exist, but it's not massive. So no, we haven't planned to publish 7 days a week. So it's Monday to Friday with a few extra holidays off, like the National Day of Luxembourg is very important. That's why we take the day off. But actually the days that we don't publish actually match the most popular European holidays. So we do have a function even in the current system saying bypass all the checks. So it could be published and we could just publish anything that's going through. I'm just speculating here. One option is we would say, well, if you get a warning and you get picked up by the manual check, you'll have to wait for the weekend until we come in and we check it on Monday. So yeah, if you don't have any warnings, you're through and you can publish the next day. That's true even Monday to Friday. Today we are validating every day. So if you get picked up by, we only have 2 validation rules. One is, are you outside friendly countries? So, you know, United Kingdom, we check you, Ukraine, we don't. So every British notice is checked now. That's basically the only check we do today. And then we look inside and say, okay, they're using EU funds, or it's, you know, they're publishing a result from a contract modification from 5 years ago, they still can do it. At the moment, the volumes are small enough that we can validate them every day, so there's no delay. If we have more, it would take longer. So that's why we have to get the right level of triggers that we can manage with the resources we have today.
Okay, thank you. Then I can continue with my second question, which might not be for Tunde, but as well is inspired by her presentation this morning, because it was about a framework agreement that was discussed earlier on as well. I know that in the Netherlands there are 2 different kinds of framework agreements. One is where an agreement is looked for with multiple parties and mini competitions will decide which supplier will actually deliver the goods or services. It's also being used when one supplier is preferred. I saw one this morning for bricks that are used on the roads, and they want one supplier because they want the same bricks all over the roads in the same municipality. But because they don't know yet how many bricks they need in the projects in the coming 3 or 4 years, they go for a framework agreement and then just order separate orders for the bricks throughout the contract term. And I think this information will not be in the notes itself, but it is important to understand why certain data tells certain stories. And that made me think of the research in the Netherlands, who usually just download all the documents, use AI to get through the documents, and base a lot of the research on that on top of the information from the notice. So I was wondering whether this is also considered on a European level, because a lot more research is being done on the TED data. Yeah, should we also take in all the documents, maybe use AI to make that happen instead of manual work? So whoever feels like they want to answer that question, I would like to hear the answer.
Thank you very much. So I've just checked Netherlands, just to be sure. So approximately 70% of your framework agreements are with single suppliers, and the average duration is 40 months of framework agreements. And these two information together is interesting. Of course, we do use framework agreements as frameworks if we do not have a certainty how many subject matters to buy, and we do not have, for example, a budget for it. So it's, of course, it's obvious, and we've been using framework agreements for these reasons. There are no differentiation in between these types of, reasons why we do use it. But I do think this is, and again, I just can repeat myself, it's not against the framework agreement. It is simply just talk about the need to differentiate in between different types of framework agreements, and maybe we have to open it a little bit. And from the legal perspective, we can maybe give more opportunities for contracting authorities if they change their mind within that 40 months when the system is closed. Sometimes it makes sense, sometimes, of course, not. So, and then, of course, it would be very good to know much more about the mini competition part, even though we know that there are multiple suppliers, but it doesn't mean that there is any kind of mini competition. Maybe that the multiple suppliers framework are used just for buying from the lowest price bidders and nothing else. So this is what we have to clarify, and that's why it would be very good to have more information about the second phase.
Any other comments on that? But yeah, the data, you have the data there. It's great.
Just one more comment concerning the documentations. I was checking a couple of hundreds of links. It was really a nice job at night to click on these links, but I was simply curious if data is accessible. Because if there is a link in the notice, then, well, my expectation was that maybe somehow I will reach the information. But in most of the cases, I just reached, a kind of registration part of a website, or after 3 or 4 clicks, I reached 20 different documents, and I had an opportunity to read it in any of the languages of the EU. So I think this kind of you can find it somewhere. Of course, all the economic operators will have a look at it, but it was one of the reasons why we simply just wanted to see the notices and not to dig deeper, although we really tried. So that's why we did not use this information in the evaluation.
Okay, so next questions for Anton.
First of all, thank you to the optimistic guy for this long shot. I can say that we're used to this question. Maybe the answer will be not so optimistic as this person is, but we need to think about, to take into account many things here. So first of all, creep is kind of a pure speculation regarding the risks. So this is how we see these risks. This is from our perspective, from our prevention detection unit of the Inspector General of EIB. So this is really very personal thing.
So I don't think it would make sense to share this with a large public, and it will be dangerous. It will be dangerous. And furthermore, you have the confidentiality aspect here, because we are matching all this data with our own counterparts. So these are some of these contacts that we have with these counterparts are quite confidential. So we totally are not in a position to share all this at this stage with general public. But we are sharing the data internally. We are sharing our data with colleagues from compliance department and with colleagues from we have a team called projects, to make it simple, who are really monitoring and onboarding new promoters. So with on a case-by-case basis, we are sharing this information, and why not in future to enlarge this kind of eligible stakeholders to benefit from our data. From external perspective, we didn't have such an occasion yet, but I don't think it's totally impossible to consider if on a case-by-case basis, if another institution or a similar organization like ours is looking for some specific information, we can think about. Yeah, thanks.
Perhaps not to disappoint the optimist and not to lose an optimist, I we could direct you to what is publicly available actually already, which relates to the fact that there was this model, the risk scoring model, the risk indicators are based on academic research. We have tapped into the academic research done by statisticians on procurement data, on TED data as well. So the logic can be explained, and these indicators are defendable in to a statistical analysis. And I think this is the DG list, the digital whistleblower. If you can reach out to us, we can further refer you to that website.
Yeah. I was planning to further cover the DG list with the question, the below question, but we will come back to DG list. Yeah.
Okay, the next question is for the European Commission. I think, Christopher, I'm going to give you a heads up. When will the European Commission adopt more comprehensive indicators than those currently used in the scoreboard to reformulate the existing indicators like depth, capturing only surface level metrics rather than underlying dynamics?
That is true. Currently, we are still working with the basic indicators, but I hope that as of next year, we will have more, not beginning, but later next year, we'll have more comprehensive indicators which are not looking only at one dimensions, that they look at multiple dimensions. But we also have the procurement data space where it's possible to then check data against different areas. For example, if you have the single market, single bidder, that you have then the possibility to look for specific sectors. That is already possible, but I understand the point, yeah.
Thank you. Savina. I think it's a very good question, and I will come back to what Dominic started explaining about DigiWist. So DigiWist was a program which DigiWist stands for Digital Whistleblower. It's a program which was funded by the European Commission, if I'm not mistaken, Dominic. And academicians were really working to explore what is the available procurement data in EU in order to start to identifying or to highlight some patterns for aggressive procurement behavior. And so by reviewing all available data, mainly TED data, they came with this list of 10 indicators. So there was already kind of a very thorough, comprehensive analysis of what was available. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning, we are launching next week on Wednesday, to be more specific, a new project to kind of enhance our current indicators and to add some new additional ones. And of course, as everybody dreams, not only in this meeting room, but everybody dreams about new AI technology to be embedded in their current tools. We are not an exception. We are also trying to do so. So with this long introduction, what I'm trying to say is that the data available that will be reviewed again. The new fields available, because when we created the tool, I speak about maybe close to 10 years ago. The V1.0. Now, since then, I think you evolved a lot on your side. There's plenty of new information which is made available. Now, without any specific preparation, but when I see the last part of the question regarding subcontractors, so everything, all additional information for the subcontractors will be useful. Concrete examples would be, for instance, the date of registration of the company. This could be something that we can embed in our risk analysis process. Everything regarding some description of the company itself, like, I don't know, number of employees, assets, etc. All this could be quite helpful. And you have to think about this robot creep, or whatever you call it, as a very hungry and thirsty dinosaur. And we can really feed this dinosaur with data. So the more we ingest, the better, the faster this dinosaur will run. So if I can use this example.
Thank you, Anton. I like the dinosaurs because it's old or just big or both?
Because it's big and powerful.
Because it's eating bad criminal guys.
It's big and scary.
Okay.
It's big and powerful.
Big and powerful.
It is a dangerous comparison, no? Yeah. You know how they ended, no? The extinction.
Okay.
But I like it, dinosaurs. So there's a question that Natalie will answer. When will there be a full alignment between the eProcurement ontology and eForms?
Okay, right. So when will there be a full alignment? This is a bit of a difficult question, I would say, because I would argue that the ontology as it is now, version 5.2, it can map completely to the eForms. So there's a complete mapping, and you can actually map all versions of SDK to the ontology. We're actually doing a project to do that, which will be finalized in April, okay, for each eForm, that there's a full mapping. So you can do the full mapping. We do have another project that we're working on, and it's the alignment, if you like, of eForms, ESPD, EDM, the EPO. And as you know, both the eForms and the ESPD EDM are based on UBL. They use UBL as the syntax. So it's more of making sure that there are no extensions in the UBL, and that then we can map directly one-to-one. But it is not totally necessary to have a one-to-one mapping, because there is a way to map everything to the ontology already at this stage. I hope that answers the question.
There is it. If I may add something, Natalie. I had a slide actually, and I deleted it. The mapping, like Natalie says, exists. However, that is the basis of alignment, but there is a number of things that still need to be aligned. So although we have the mappings, we would like to review whether or not we solve the same problems in the same things across the board in the ontology itself and in forms by itself. There is also an alignment of terminology. So currently in eForms, we use some terminology that started from regulation. It has been to some extent influenced by UBL, to some other extent influenced by ontology. We need to standardize all these things. So yeah, we will reach perfection way down the line, but we're already moving in this direction. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to add, with zero additional promises.
Yeah, I would like to add another point at this, up to this, which just came to my head. There is another alignment that needs to be done, and that is with the legal text. So the ontology could be a use case for defining terms in legal text, but I think Andrea will address this a bit tomorrow.
Great, we have a link for tomorrow, so that it's nice to see the links between our presentations and questions. Okay, getting to the end soon, so we're doing well. What are the limitations for a privately listed company to create a portal exactly like TED?
Skies.
Yeah, so I would say we don't impose any limitations. So the TED data is freely available. You can get the XMLs, you can just pull data from an open data service. That's all available. You can create commercial added value services, and there are lots of them out there. There are plenty of reusers of data that bring together the information, maybe add some customization for you, let you know exactly which procedures to look for. So those are services that TED doesn't do. I mean, we have an email alert system, but it's based on a query. For something more sophisticated, you go and pay someone else. So I'd say the limits is on your side, your capacity to develop it, and your capacity to get someone to pay you to do that. So you're competing against a free service. So you have to be better.
They're not competing, okay? We have the obligation to publish the notices, which is one thing.
Yes.
Legal. Sorry, yes, we have the obligation to publish the notices, which is one legal obligation. And also we have the mandate of publishing the data. But the reason that we publish the data is not because we want to capture the market. No, we want to make it available to the market so that the market can do anything, including a clone of the TED website. There are much more interesting things that the market can do rather than a clone of the TED website. But if that's what you want to do, yes, I think there is no limitation.
No limitation. George has one.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So yes, my colleagues answered about the functional or technical, let's say, aspects. However, because I see there the word exactly like that, I will just answer for the legal part, meaning that it's a hard limitation that you cannot impersonate in quotes TED or pretend that you are TED or pretend that you publish the official journal of the EU. Okay, these are infringements issues or copyright issues. So yeah, this cannot be done like this. Okay, TED is only one. Okay, as TED.
Oh, it's there's only one TED website.
The t-shirts. Next time we have to have the t-shirts.
Like proper or quality? So nice.
Yeah, if you need the t-shirts, we got some. Okay,
and then
we got quiche today instead of sandwiches. So thank you to our colleagues who upgraded the food. T-shirts are the next one too. But yes, indeed, there's only one official journal. So I say, whatever you do commercially, you can make it look as similar as like you want. Give it a different name, change the colors, not pretend to be TED, but you wouldn't actually have the legal version of what was published in the official journal. So that's the only thing where we have a monopoly on that business. That's it. But indeed, good luck. But yeah, like in Ukraine, I think Alexander, you were saying you have a marketplace because those 13 other services are much closer to the users. So they provide, nicer services than you have to provide yourself, and you focus on your central database. So you share the work and allow the market to fill the gaps that you can't fill all the gaps.
Yes, and I can add that your client or our client became, in our case, more further than eForms. I mean that you have the database, we eSender, we have a marketplace, and only after marketplace we have a client who gives the information.
So, just to go off on a tangent, in your marketplace, there are 13 websites that all publish the same information. Okay, so you have one database which is
it was me, yes, who correct your quiz about should we use interface for our client.
Yes.
We as Prozoro don't use any interface at all.
You don't provide an interface?
No.
You have a database?
Yes, we own the database.
Okay.
So we speak with platform with request and respond, and all data collected on the marketplace and then sent to us.
Okay, so yeah, okay, that's a different model. But interesting. Your front ends are resilient. Yeah. Okay, great. So one more. I think someone might have. No, that is a question. Is there a publicly available tool or script that can generate complete validation files from fields.json?
No.
No.
Not as far as I know. Well, look, the real end-to-end answer here is when we created fields.json in SDK1, the idea was that the application would be able to read fields.json and generate some client-side validation. And we were hoping that this would work in Notices too. Well, there is, fields.json leaves a lot to wish for. The solution to the problem is what I have showed you earlier. Full EFX rules and generation from EFX of schematron, of JavaScript, of Python, of whatever anybody needs in order to support client-side validation properly and disambiguate the rules and all that stuff. So there is no such tool that generates full validation. I don't even understand what full validation means.
Yeah, maybe. But that was my first internal answer. We have a notice editor sample application.
Yeah, but that's different.
Which allows you to build a form that you could fill in and then send the files. Obviously, it can't generate a notice for you because it doesn't know what to fill in the form.
Well, no, yeah, well, it's more complicated than that. So let's not mix them. I can answer to, I can broaden my answer to include this, but I'm afraid that I'm just going to make it
longer. Okay.
No, too broad, and I'm going to confuse people. So the point is, there is no tool that will take as input fields.json and will output so-called complete validation. I assume you mean schematron.
Okay.
That doesn't exist, and 99.99% there's not even enough information in fields.json to generate schematron. I would say 100% because I know exactly what it takes, and the information is not there. So yeah, there's no such tool. If you want to generate client-side validation from fields.json, that is possible. However, the results we are going to get with the current information that is in fields.json is going to be disappointing, like we were disappointed from ourselves with the notices too and fields.json. So if you want to try it, but there's no tool that you can find as far as I know.
Okay. So the next one I'll take. So the implementation of eForms introduced major problems in the data, such that some fields were no longer used in the data reporting. For example, the number of offers, where there was no data at all for some countries in 2024. How has this been solved? Can we make more information mandatory? Basic answer is yes. So as I pointed out this morning, the first SDKs were quite light on rules. So not everything was mandatory. And bit by bit, we've added back more and more rules, conditionally mandatory, conditionally forbidden. So it's much tighter. You have to work harder to fill in your form. That's a disadvantage, but at the end, the mandatory stuff will be mandatory. You won't escape it. So for example, the one about number of tenders submitted, that was only made mandatory in SDK 1.11. So the older SDKs, you could leave it empty. You shouldn't leave it empty because if you read the directives, you should have provided it. So as a lawyer, as a buyer, we will go and chase you and beat you up for not providing the data. We don't have those capacities, but that's what we should have done. Now you do have to fit it in. And with 114, you have to fit in even more because there's 4 other pieces of information we weren't requesting until now, and now you will have to fit it in. So yeah, there was a gap for a couple of years. You will see it depend on the SDK, depend on the country. So if your country went live with SDK 1.11, I think that might have been impossible, and your buyers in your country didn't fit it in out to the goodness of their heart, you will have gaps. So yes, but if you find any more that's missing, let us know, because we can keep adding rules. We do it for fun. But we don't do it for fun. We try and give good rules, and then you can tell us which rules work and which ones are just too convoluted. Okay, the next one's back to you.
There's always a bit of fun in all this. If there's no fun, I mean, it's very sad.
It is.
Next question is quite interesting. The problem is that it's quite vast and it will require a lot of maybe explanations, but I will try to be very short here. So first of all, regarding the public presentation, as mentioned, DigiWist is publicly available information. If you Google it, you will find the whole DigiWist report and all the indicators will be explained. So I hope that all these potential offenders, they're not going to read all this information. I really doubt, because it's hundreds of pages academical style explanation of why this and that criteria is red flag for aggressive public procurement. Now, the answer is yes, totally yes. Could it be possible that potential offenders will be aware and from now on they will adjust? Normally, this is how offenders are operating. They are becoming smarter and smarter, and they try to adjust to whatever risk indicators could be used to catch them. Now, maybe you would remember at the beginning we mentioned that any tool which is not totally reviewed on a regular basis and kind of updated with more modern techniques, it will only become obsolete and will become useless. So this is why we are starting again this project next week, in order to review all our indicators and to make them more useful and more really to strengthen their analytical force. So yes, most probably they will adjust their behavior. I speak about the offenders, of course, but what we are trying to achieve, we will achieve with the new version of the tool is to make it more agile, to make it more to adapt and to identify new patterns and to be more live, to really analyze the data in a live manner, to bring us more and more insights. What are the new trends? So this is the main goal, and if we manage to do so, I think that we will be one step ahead of the offenders. And believe me, we speak here very often about some municipalities. I gave this example, but not only some old administrations, etc. I don't think, to be honest, as of today, that they're so much into, oh, let's really try to improve our indicators to not be to stay under the radars. I'm not sure they have yet this type of behavior. But yeah, so the answer is yes, but we are also trying to adapt, and it's a never-ending story.
Can I just maybe answer this question with a twist? Should we be concerned that somebody is improving? No, because if they extend the publication deadlines up to the, let's say, the standard in a given industry, that's for the benefit of the competition. Yeah?
That's only good.
So that's only good. Yeah.
I mean, after a while, if you really make a long specification list, if you increase the time, good. That's success for us.
We scored the goal, 1-0 for us.
Yes, so. Yeah.
But it's a good question, indeed.
Okay, there's two more. If you just bear with us, I know we're at 5:30, but I think we'll wrap up these two today. So adding to the topic of following links to get to tender-related information, are there plans to restrict the current practice to hide the relevant tender information in documents that are on separate platforms, which leaves the notice basically as an empty hull because you can't reach it? Technically, we're talking about the procurement documents to align with the eProcurement ontology, because tender documents is what comes in the other direction. So the specifications that you are trying to bid against. I'll give a quick answer because my understanding, I believe buyers must make these documents available with no restrictions. That's the theory. In practice, I think it's different. I don't know at the Commission or if there are any plans to enforce that requirement.
Revision.
The next
with the revision, it's a little bit what Tunde said a little bit earlier. If there is someone who really goes through the different links that are provided and the notices, there are sometimes you can see there is a schema from some countries, from some solutions where you are behind a registration page. Sometimes you're even going to the website of the country or the public buyer. So you have to start over again. So we will certainly, and that was also something that was mentioned even by the member states themselves, that we enforce really to have direct access to the procurement documents. So I'm certain this will be picked up with the revision of the directives.
Currently, it's obligatory anyway, so you can legislate, but how do you enforce?
Yes, it is obligatory. Direct links to the procurement documents. It doesn't say you should have access to them without registration. And we see that sometimes this leeway is also used.
Okay.
And then sometimes, and it's if someone is using your platform, for example, you know this too, they usually don't have access to the procurement, or they don't link then the procurement documents because they might not even have a proper solution.
Yes.
So in order to have a proper link to the documents, it is necessary that the buyer is using a procurement services which fills in the link to the procurement notice automatically.
Okay. So yes, there is a problem, but there's no easy solution. I'm wondering that the data quality assistant in some future could check all the URLs it gets in a notice and say, this is a broken link, this is rubbish, this is that, but you can imagine the number of links you'd have to do. But it's not the first thing. And the last one, I think it's more of an answer, but we can do it. So to explain further about the scoreboard, for example, countries score green by avoiding price-only evaluation above a threshold. Yet when you dig deeper, it shows that many design most economically advantageous tenders criteria, which are, they design them poorly. And then the secondary criteria lacks logic to serve as window dressing where price dominates decisions, if you understand that. So in the scoreboard, you're greener if you don't do price only. But in the end, you're just trying to hide. So I think, and if you can give us more examples, but yeah, if there's any comments, what you've observed.
What we did is, based on the notice, is that we want to know if the awarding criteria is met, then is it accessible, how the price is important. So we just were looking for the information of the weight of the price in this case. And we found then that it is missing in several countries. The level of missing information is exceeding 50% in 18 member states. So let's say when we do not know even the importance of the price criteria, if the awarding criteria is met, then it means that we do not know anything about the awarding criteria. And of course, it is part of the question because we do not know the importance. And of course, even if we are able to analyze the content, if it is green or not, we need much more precise information in the notice in order to dig deeper.
Thanks. Yeah, in the Netherlands, we looked at it earlier this year, and we saw that in the notice itself, it was often said one quality and one price criteria with or without a weight. And the description was see the documents. And in the documents, quite often, there was only one criteria, and that was price. So even though it was labeled as meat, it wasn't. And I think with us, the amount of price only criteria would almost double.
Yeah, please.
I can give another example. I mean, the data that we have on TED or that are even translated through eForms are not sometimes really correct. What I found very interesting is that we have now the possibility that buyers indicate optionally if their procurement is green, social, or innovative. And some indicate that it is green because they thought about if it should be green. But it is not green at all. So sometimes when we see the data, we really have to take it with a grain of salt. There are some countries who actually do this on a regular basis, where you can see clearly from the data what they provide. It is, you cannot trust it at all. But yeah, we have to see if we have some measures to actually enforce more correct data.
Okay, so I've been talked all day about the wonders of data. When we get to the source and it's no good, it's going to be tricky. So you've got to thank you, Tunde. So indeed, and then you say you're green, but you're not actually good. Yes, you say you're green, but you're not actually green. Just because you thought green doesn't mean you are. So, okay, so we're 6 minutes late to wrap up, but thanks everyone who closed the gap that I created at the beginning. Just a few closing remarks for today. Those of you online and all the ones here, we'll be using Slido again tomorrow. It's the same link, just in case you keep your browser open or something. For the people here in Luxembourg, your badges that work today will work tomorrow. So keep them with you. That's one less thing to do tomorrow. And those of us who want to join us at the Christmas market, so we'll be leaving here at 6:15. It's just down the road, up the Avenue de la Liberté, which is like the Luxembourgish Champs-Élysées. It is, it's big. Yes. I'm also French, I can say that.
Oh, it's better. It's better.
Better if I can say it. Yes.
More secure.
But you follow the tram. It's one tram stop where we walk up. So we can meet you there after 18:30 if you need to pop by somewhere. So everyone else, see you tomorrow here at, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow we start at 9:30? 10? Sorry, I just, Jerry. Okay, yes. 9:30 coffee for those who are here. 10 o'clock online for everyone else. So thanks everyone. See you tomorrow.